Yo, 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 what's up? Good morning. Happy Monday. Happy first day of December. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk Studios this morning. A big thanks for making us part of your start after maybe a long weekend, whether you're listening on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM, streaming online at sportstalk1051.com. You got your app. Download that. Take it on the go. Your Alexa device. You can tune in over there as well. Video stream also up and rolling on YouTube here. Join in on the good old chats over there too. So multiple different ways for you to be joining in. Hopefully you had a fantastic Thanksgiving weekend. Maybe for the rest of you hunters over there, too, had a successful hunt. Any muzzleloaders going out there, best of luck. Be safe. Don't forget to hit me up on the Facebook page. Post up if you had any luck out in the woods over there. You could put the photo up over there. But nonetheless, we got a brand new work week here, kind of getting things back to normal here for just a little bit. But what do we have on our game plan for us this morning? What's on the breakfast menu? It's Bears week, and things just got a whole lot more interesting, maybe a little bit more exciting with the Rams losing yesterday. You're waking up and seeing that right now, if the playoffs started, the Chicago Bears would be the 1 seed in the NFC. Tip of the cap. I hate to say this. It kind of gives me the shivers to say this, but kudos to Chicago for picking up a win in Philadelphia on Black Friday. I think a lot of us, maybe outside of some Bears fans, thought that would be their first test, whether to be if they were going to be for real or not. And, hey, they passed that. But it definitely sets up for this game this weekend, Sunday, Packers-Bears. Whole lot more exciting. Just got a little bit more exciting, didn't it? So. But, yeah, we're kicking off Bears week with the Packers. I know we weren't in on Friday, so got to talk about the game on Thanksgiving. Go back to that one. I know it was a few days ago and such, but, I mean, anybody else watching that game while you're dining on your Thanksgiving meal, or maybe you're sitting in the deer stand yet, watching it on your phones, tablets, whatever the case may be? And I know I wasn't the only one thinking this of Major League 2. Marbles, cojones, LaFleur. Dude had a lot of it in that game. Oh, boy, did he ever. Man, talk about aggressive, ultra-aggressive, not only just going for it on fourth downs with those touchdowns, but put the nail in the coffin at the end, not punting it away to give Detroit a chance to drive down the field and tie it up to force overtime. No, put the ball in the hands of my quarterback and pick up that win. Dontavian Wicks, I mean, you know, if you had to hand some game balls to anybody, and again, I know it was a few days ago, but who would you hand some game balls to? Micah Parsons, mentioned Wicks. You throw a little love in there. Nice win. Big win. Especially considering when you throw in Chicago picking up that win on Friday. But it did come at a cost, though, too. Devontae Wyatt, he's done for the year with a fractured ankle, broken ankle. So that is going to be a loss in that interior defensive line. There's no question about it. It is going to be a loss. How can Green Bay replace that? Can they replace it? Where's going to be what is going to be the biggest area that is going to suffer with no Devontae Wyatt for the rest of this season? Where's it going to be at? Where's that loss going to be? So we'll take a look at that and chat about that throughout the morning here. So again, you can hit me up with your thoughts. Shoot me a text, 715-830-1912, or you can hit us up on the video on the YouTube video stream this morning. So, all right, so we'll hit that up. What else do we got on the docket here? We'll chat plenty of football here this morning. Also, we'll throw a little hoops chat in here. Bucks are back in action tonight. Giannis is back, and Bucks finally getting a dominating win the other night against Brooklyn. So Bucks really need to kind of kick it into gear here because, you lose to the Heat last Wednesday when we were last on air. You lose to the Knicks on Friday. Finally ending that losing schneid with the win over the Nets. You've got the Wizards tonight. Pistons coming to town. 76ers coming to town. Then you go back to the Pistons. Then the Celtics are coming over. Bucks are sitting there at 9-12 on the season. Not a great start. Not a great start to the season so far for this Bucks team. Currently, where things stand, they would be the 11th seed. They're just on the outside looking in for this for these playoff stages. If you were to look at it right now, so we are about a first quarter of the way. It's a little over percentage-wise, first quarter in the books for this season for the Bucks. So, what do we usually do? First quarter grades. How would you assess it? How would you break it down? What letter grade would you give the Milwaukee Bucks right now? First quarter into it, 9-12, outside the postseason. If the playoffs were to start today, they're 7.5 back from the top team, the Detroit Pistons, who are 16-4. If you want to get that Bucks team into the top 6, they would be 3.5 back from the 6th seed Orlando Magic. Cleveland Cavaliers are even outside the top 6. They're 12-9 right now, just 3 games above 500. So how would you grade the Milwaukee Bucks with the first quarter of the season in the books? So we'll hit that up, chat a little bit about that. Not the greatest weekend for the Wisconsin Badgers. I mean, football, we don't get the axe. Badgers falling to the Gophers 17-7. So 4 wins. 4-8 for this Badger football team. The worst record in terms of win percentage since 1990, when they won just 1 game. Since 1990, the worst record, win percentage-wise. I mean, they've won, 2020, the COVID year, they were 4-3, so don't want to necessarily say the fewest amount of wins because, that was a winning record back then. But in terms of winning percentage, the worst. 333. That is the worst since 1990. Yeesh. They had a 4-17 in 2001 when they were 5-7 under Barry Alvarez. But then you got to go, you got to go further. A lot further. They had a 4.55 in 92, a 4.55 in 91. But those were coming off those Don Morton years. So, yeesh. I saw a lot of people kind of talking about this too after that Gophers game. Maybe some of the positive stuff that Luke Fickell was kind of getting just maybe went down the tank after that performance against the Gophers for the Axe. I don't know if anybody is kind of in that boat and such, but not only that, basketball. They picked up a nice win against against Providence. I was like, somebody on the East Coast. Providence, but then falling to TCU, 74-63 back on Friday. So, and then you had the women's team. They fell to Ole Miss, which we knew was going to be a tough one, but then falling to James Madison as well. So, not the greatest weekend for Badger basketball. Marquette also falling to Oklahoma on Friday. But in terms of Badger basketball, they'll be back at it. Little Big Ten action coming up on Wednesday, taking on Northwestern, and then the Badgers will be hosting Marquette for their traditional game coming up this Saturday. So we'll throw a little college chat in there. It is Monday, which also is I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. Hit me up. Fill in the blanks. I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. Best ones, I'll read on the air. All right? You can text those on over or hit me up on the video stream with that. Also, it is your VFW Post 305 Weekend Hangover. All right. Your weekend hangovers. What was like your wise or worst or what the heck moment from the weekend? Make those picks, text them on over to me this morning. All right, that's your game plan. Let's pitter patter. Let's get at her, shall we? Let's open it up, talk a little football to begin Bears week this morning. Packers, Bears coming up this weekend. But I want to go back to Thanksgiving Day, the game against the Lions. I know it was a few days ago and such, but this is our first opportunity to hang out and chat about that game. So if you had to hand out a game ball from that performance, who would it go to? Saw a lot of people kind of say this too. Was that the most impressive coaching job in Matt LaFleur's tenure with the Packers? Even saw the word best being thrown out there. I don't know if I'd say best. I don't know if a little bit of a recency thing was kind of thrown in there. But maybe this is the best way to say it. The most, I don't know if gutsy is the right word. The most cojones, marbles. I mean, the most aggressive. Maybe that's the word I'm trying to find. Most aggressive we've seen Matt LaFleur as a head coach. Would you buy that? Would you agree with that? Let me know. All right, let's take our first break, and then we'll get things rocking and rolling here this morning. Packers taking out the Lions in Detroit, sweeping the Lions this season. And now we've got perhaps one of the biggest Packers-Bears games that we've had in recent history. Winter activities are here, especially with that latest snowfall, right? Skiing, snowboarding, ice skating. Are you ready? Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine in Eau Claire is here to help you stay active and injury-free this season. From sports injuries to joint pain and arthritis, their experienced specialists provide personalized care and advanced treatments to get you back on the slopes or the ice quickly and safely. Don't let winter keep you on the sidelines. Schedule your appointment today by visiting cvosm.com. Speaking of that snowfall that we had over the weekend, it is also a good reminder, if that happens during the week and school is in session, to make sure you're always tuned in to our website for the latest school closings and delays. All right, so just head to sportstalk1051.com. It's the WEAU 13 News First Alert School Closings that are brought to you by Hovland's and ServiceMaster. So, good reminder again, just in case we do have that inclement weather during the school session, when there's school in session and such, always make sure to keep tabs on our website there. All right, let's jump into it, shall we? I know it's a few days old, but I want to go back to that Packers-Lions game on Thanksgiving Day, the victory by the Packers to complete the season sweep over the Detroit Lions. 31-24 victory for the Packers. I'm not saying this is my I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. I'm not saying it was Matt LaFleur's best coached game, but I'm just saying that was his most aggressively coached football game. And I saw quite a few people who have been very critical of Matt LaFleur, not only for this year, but maybe for the last couple of years or last few years or and such, even say, hey, I got to tip my cap to him. That was quite the coaching performance from Matt LaFleur in that game. And yeah, he definitely had some cojones for some of his decisions. And he put his trust, he put the game in the hands of his players with those fourth down conversions for touchdowns, with that fourth down conversion at the end of the game. He easily, after Christian Watson dropped that pass, and it was a tough catch, I get it, but after he dropped that pass on third down that would have ended the game, could have easily punted and said, man, I don't want to go through that, another potential drop pass and such. It wasn't like it was like fourth and inches. He put the ball in his hands of his quarterback and trusted his quarterback to make a throw, trusted his receivers to make a play. And I don't know what the feeling is from some of the players and such within that locker room, but if my head coach is putting the ball game in our hands, in my hands, on my shoulders, where he's out there saying, go win this for me, or go win this game, that to me would send a lot of positive vibes throughout the locker room, throughout the building. That would get me more pumped up. And then the fact that they went out there and did it, you want to talk about a confidence boost? Right there. I mean, for the last few weeks, I think a lot of the criticism surrounding Matt LaFleur and maybe just the Packers overall, it felt like they were being held back. Maybe some handcuffing going on and such. Didn't get the sense of that in this game. And Matt LaFleur was exactly right after the game. If we're going to come into Detroit going up against a Dan Campbell team, we know Dan Campbell's uber aggressive. Super, super, super aggressive. Probably one of the most, if not the most aggressive coach in the National Football League. You have to match that. You have to at least match that. And that's exactly what LaFleur and the Packers did in this game. You can't play passive. You can't play, almost scared. You can't just try to take those blows and try to overcome them yourselves. You have to match those haymakers. You have to match those hits. And you got to give them kudos for doing that. We talk about wanting a team this offseason, Packers wanted to be more physical. And when you talk about, okay, being more physical, you think about just, from a body sense, from a play stance. But I would also say more physical from just a mindset. To have that killer mentality, to kind of have that, if we're going to sit there and the head coach is always going to say, all gas, no brakes, you have to practice it. Not just preach it, practice it. And I think that physicality part, we focus on it more in on the field sense, but it's got to come from a mindset too. And probably a lot of people are finally saying, right now saying, finally. Where was this maybe all season long? To bring that aggressiveness, to have that type of mindset. And I think with this stretch run here, in these final 5 games, you have to carry that mindset throughout the rest of the regular season and into the postseason. Sure, I mean, there's times too where, the ultra aggressiveness, it's going to be questioned. People question Dan Campbell all the time, especially when it gets to the postseason. Is that the right way to coach in the postseason? Will some of his decisions cost the team in the postseason? We heard it last year. We heard it the year before. It's that fine line. There's no perfect way. If there was a perfect way, coaches would be doing the same exact thing week in and week out. If that was out there, everybody would be doing it. That's why we play that's why we play these games. That's why these outcomes, they get played out on the field. But what watching that game, sure, some of those decisions, as a fan, sitting there, stuffing my stomach full of stuffing and turkey and mashed potatoes and gravy, my stomach was twisted in knots with some of these super aggressive decisions. But man, it worked. And Matt LaFleur empowered his team. He empowered his players to go out there and win this game. Put the ball in their hands. And his team rewarded him by coming away with that victory. And we talked about it last week. What was one of the biggest keys to victory in this game, or what was it going to be? There was a couple of them, right? One, it was limiting Jahmyr Gibbs. Well, the Packers held him to 20 carries for 68 yards. 3 catches, 18 yards. They had issues with Jameson Williams. 7 catches for $144 after St. Brown went out early in the game. I mean, Williams really stepped up. But what was the other key victory? Protecting Jordan Love, because in week 1, they kept Jordan Love clean. And by golly, that offensive line did it again. No sacks on Jordan Love. How many sacks on Jared Goff? 3. 2.5 coming from the closer himself, Micah Parsons. A lot of the same game plan from week 1, from a defensive standpoint. But I'll tell you, and I'll be honest, going back to October, end of September, no, it was October, I was already looking at this game and thinking, I'm nervous. I don't know if, I was already psyching myself out, thinking, this team ain't going to be going to Detroit and picking up a win. Not the way they're playing. I was impressed. I was impressed with the performance. Now, you could look at it, and Jared Goff, he had 3 sacks, couple touchdowns. I mean, he was a typical Jared Goff, 20 of 26, though, outside of that, 256 yards. They made him go the long way. They dug themselves. Green Bay got off to a start and put Detroit into a hole. And then when Detroit started to, find their rhythm, Green Bay's offense countered it. Every time Detroit would inch a little bit closer, 4 points, 3 points, Green Bay's offense would come back and punch them back in the mouth. Complimentary football. So overall, I mean, would you say this is considering everything, factoring in everything, point in time in the season, the best win for Green Bay this year? Maybe the most impressive? I think you can make an argument for that. I definitely think you could. And right now it sets up for this Saturday, that huge game against Chicago. I mean, this is probably the biggest until the next one coming up on December 20th. Packers-Bears game that we've had in a while with a lot at stake here. And honestly, the 20th, if everything still kind of continues, whatever happens this weekend, whatever happens, between this game and the second game, assuming everything is still the same, I mean, that 20th game probably will be the biggest one. But in terms of significance and a lot of stuff on the line, first play, Chicago's currently the top seed in the NFC with the Rams losing yesterday to the Panthers. Yeah, there's a lot on the line, and there's going to be a lot of trash talking. And, especially for our area here in the Chippewa Valley, we definitely focus more on there's probably a little bit more of a Packers-Vikings rivalry. I don't think I'm speaking out of turn when it comes to anything like that. But considering how the Vikings are right now, I mean, they ain't going anywhere this year. And what the Bears are doing, heck yeah. This one means, when's the last time we maybe had kind of here we go. I think the trash talk is gonna amplify just a little bit more this week with it being Bears week. But Packers are going to have to go and finish this thing and finish the rest of the season and hopefully get into the postseason without one of their players that's been a big part of this team, and that's Devontae Wyatt. Just how big of a loss will it be with no Devontae Wyatt? And how nervous are you as a Packers fan with no Devontae Wyatt going forward? Let's talk a little bit about that. First up, let's take a quick break. We'll continue our Packers talk coming up in just a few minutes. Make holiday shopping simple this year with a stop at Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire. From premium hand-cut roasts and holiday hams to perfectly seasoned brats, fresh ground beef, and all your favorite meats, Mike's has everything you need to make your holiday meals unforgettable. Stock up for family gatherings, gift great local flavor, and enjoy the quality and service that only a hometown market delivers. Mike's Star Market, bringing fresh, local goodness to your holiday season. So what looked like it was going to be a bad injury ended up being a bad injury last Thursday with Devontae Wyatt getting carted off the field. And it's a fractured ankle, going to be done for the season. And it's a lot. It's I would call it a big loss. I would call it a big loss for this Packers team going forward to finish this stretch run. And I mean, Devontae Wyatt, I think, definitely took a step this year in growth and especially in the pass rush, just providing a pressure from the interior standpoint. Now, if you want to say, well, he was kind of up and down this year, yeah, you would be accurate with that. I would say I wouldn't argue with that. But ultimately, though, too, I do think this is going to hurt this team going forward, more so from that interior pass rush standpoint. I mean, especially in those packages. I know it's not a Chalk Talk Wednesday, but especially some of those defensive packages when Micah Parsons would line up right behind Devontae Wyatt. I mean, that was kind of a lethal combo for interior offensive linemen to try to have to deal with both Wyatt and Micah Parsons at the same time. So, what now? What now? Now, for one, from a run defensive standpoint, Colby Wooden has been the main guy interior-wise when it's come to stopping the run. So Colby Wooden has been really good. I don't think the loss of Devontae Wyatt is going to really take a downfall in that department. But nonetheless, with Micah Parsons and maybe a little bit of a lack of consistency, and that might be putting it nicely with Rashawn Gary coming off the edge. I mean, the Packers have to figure out where are they going to generate pressure up the middle. And they can do it a couple different ways. Obviously, Mike is going to be continued to be moved around the defensive line and such. But one is, okay, when Quay Walker returns, maybe there's more interior pressure from an Edgerrin Cooper and a Quay Walker coming up the middle. Or they're gonna be counting on a guy like Will Brinson, the rookie from Georgia as well. Now you look at him, and you look at he's been getting some increased playing time here as of late for the Packers. Warren, not Will Brinson. I'm thinking of the football writer, Warren Brinson, excuse me. But Warren Brinson has been getting increased playing time, and he, coming out of college, he was more noted for his pass rushing ability to get after the quarterback. He missed some time in training camp and preseason due to an injury, but he's shown some things here as of late, and he, I think, is going to be one of those guys that is going to be asked to play a bigger role in this. Now, if Carl Brooks comes back here soon, he will obviously be part of that. And if you look at NFL analytics, next gen, or ESPN analytics, he actually is a top 20 interior defensive tackle in terms of pressure rate. And then, of course, the other option is Lucas Van Ness. I don't know. I kind of doubt it. With the injury to Devontae Wyatt, would they say, all right, Lucas Van Ness, you're going to be more, regular playing time at that defensive tackle position? I don't know if he'd be big enough to be a full-time player over there going forward. But in terms of obvious passing situations, when Devontae Wyatt when Lucas Van Ness is healthy and ready to go, yeah, he will be out there. But that foot injury seems to really be affecting him. I mean, he tried to come back against Minnesota, only played 6 snaps, didn't play in this game against Detroit. And I know even before he returned, Matt LaFleur talked about it's going a little bit longer than what they anticipated. So sounds like it was a little bit more serious than what they initially thought. But it is a little bit of an unknown going forward. Who can help fill in for the loss of Devontae Wyatt, specifically from a pass rushing standpoint, interior pass rushing standpoint? I think you're going to see Warren Brinson get more opportunities. I think you're going to see Edgerrin Cooper and Quay Walker maybe coming up the middle more in blitzing situations, because I think the more they're playing Isaiah McDuffie, the more they're like, hey, maybe we got something here with more of our base 4-3. And especially going up against Chicago now, you might see a little bit more of those base 4-3 guys in there to try to slow down the run, to try to stop the run from the Chicago Bears. I mean, look what they just did against the Philadelphia Eagles, for crying out loud. Okay? I mean, putting up over 200 yards on the ground. They had 2 running backs in that game. Kyle and DeAndre, over 100 yards. Caleb Williams only had to go 17 of 36 for $154 in that game. So this Packers run defense, they better be ready. You might see a lot more of that base defense trying to slow down that running attack from Chicago. So maybe the Wyatt one, I don't want to diminish the importance, and I don't want to sound like that. I don't think losing him will have much of an effect in the run defense, but it definitely will have an effect on the interior pass rush. But I think, with Chicago, you might see more of that base 4-3. So does that mean more of Brinson? I think so. Or if Carl Brooks can come back, yeah. Stackhouse. I think one of the disappointments so far this year, and I know it was probably a lot to ask for an undrafted rookie, but it was Stackhouse. Nazir Stackhouse. He was supposed to be the guy that's going to be your early down, run stuffing, defensive tackle to fill in for the departed TJ Slate. And Stackhouse got plenty of opportunities at the beginning of the season. But he hasn't played to that level, to that high level to earn those reps. Will they give him more going forward now with no Devontae Wyatt, and especially in this game against Chicago, where Chicago has so much success running the football? We'll see. We'll see how that plays out. But man, what a contest we got coming up here. And sure, that Ben Johnson clip when he was introduced as Chicago Bears head coach, that kind of sparked a little bit of a conversation. Whether there was some animosity between Ben Johnson and Matt LaFleur when Ben Johnson, praising Dan Campbell and praising Kevin O'Connell, and then making a comment about, I sure enjoyed beating Matt LaFleur twice this past year. To where it's like, I'm sure that's going to be played out there a little bit more. Matt LaFleur heard about it. I mean, he was asked about it. He knows about it. So, I feel like there's probably going to be this is going to be a little bit of a tense game on both sides here. Should be a good one, though. We got all week to preview this. But give me, Packers fans, right now, a vibe check on your team. Coming off that win against Detroit. I mean, Detroit, you knocked them. It's going to be tough with the way the NFC playoff standings are. It might be very tough for Detroit to get into the postseason. And you had a big hand in it as the Packers did. So, 3-game winning streak right now. You're coming off of an uber aggressive game plan. Where's your vibe check heading into this game against Chicago? A chance to be the top team in the NFC, not necessarily, or top team in the NFC North, not necessarily the top team in the NFC, because the Rams would still be, 9-3 in that. But your chances improved. How you feeling right now? How you feeling with 5 games left to go for your team to, maybe, where are you at? Do you think this is a team that can get to a Super Bowl? Do you feel like this is a team that, okay, they'll win the division, and maybe a playoff game, but that's about it? Where are you at right now? Give me a little bit of a vibe check. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll wrap up the first hour. We got some hoops talking that coming up a little bit later on, but we'll be right back after these quick words. Make your holidays merry and bright with a trip to Hy-Vee in Eau Claire. From fresh holiday hams to turkeys to seasonal produce, bakery treats, and all your favorite pantry staples, Hy-Vee has everything you need for festive meals and gatherings. Their friendly staff is ready to help you find the perfect ingredients and weekly specials to make holiday shopping easy on your budget. Hy-Vee, bringing freshness, value, and holiday cheer to your kitchen this season. All right, we got about 9 minutes to the top of the hour. So, again, don't forget to send me your I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. Fill in the blanks. I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. Also, you can text me your weekend hangovers, your VFW Post 305 weekend hangovers. Okay, so what was something from this past weekend that just like why? Got you down, frustrated you. What was it? All right, or kind of like or what just had you down? What had you down from the weekend? Okay, let us know. Hit me up on that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line with a quick text, 715-830-1912. I know he's not with the Packers, but I had to chuckle at this a little bit because, boy, does this sound familiar. So after the Steelers lost to the Bills, their quarterback, Aaron Charles Rodgers, kind of calling out the wide receivers. Quote, when there's film sessions, everybody shows up. And when I check to a route, you do the right route. We have our meetings every week. We have other opportunities outside of the facility, and I look forward to seeing all the boys there. Kind of calling out his wide receivers there a little bit after completing fewer than 50% of his passes. Aaron suggesting a couple of simple fixes to get on the same page with his wide receivers. And we just have 5 weeks left to go. Saw that headline and I saw the quote and I was just like, man, been there, done that, gone through that. I'm not necessarily saying that he's completely wrong and such, but it's like, man, we're not to the point yet. I don't know if he ever will. I hope he's not, but you don't really hear Jordan Love right now kind of going out there and calling out his wide receivers and such. But anybody else kind of see that and like, maybe don't miss that. Been there before. But you look at the current playoff standing. I know we got one more game tonight here. So I don't really want to kind of, we'll do our top 10 teams probably tomorrow and such. But you got Denver now as the top seed, 10-2. They escaped with a victory last night in overtime against Washington. New England's your 2. Jacksonville, now with Houston beating the Colts. Jacksonville is the 3 seed for Cry-Eye. Baltimore getting dominated by Joe Burrow's return in the Cincinnati Bengals. They're the 4 seed at a 500 record at 6-6. Chargers are the 5th seed. Colts are now down to a 6th seed, but if I'm a Colts fan, I might be getting a little bit worried right now considering, kind of your schedule coming up here. Buffalo's holding on by the skin of their teeth to that 7th seed. Kansas City losing on Thanksgiving to the Cowboys. It was just kind of a weird weekend. Week 13. And then the NFC, we mentioned Chicago's the top seed. You got the Rams as the 2. Philly is the 3. Tampa is the 4. But hold on, Carolina's coming up here. Seattle's the 5th. Green Bay's the 6th. San Francisco's the 7th. Of those top 7 teams in the NFC, it's the Buccaneers with the worst record at 7-5. And you look at a lot of these teams. Baltimore's 500, but you got a ton of teams that have 2, 3, or 4 losses and just 5 weeks left to go. Got some high-quality teams, and you just look on the outside. Houston's catching some momentum right now. Dallas is even catching some momentum, for crying out loud. The NFC West. Whew. I mentioned Carolina. Maybe going to try to catch up to Tampa Bay here. But Kansas City 6-6, Detroit 7-5. Two teams that were, again, heading into this year, very, very popular Super Bowl picks. And we get it, and rightfully so. But what team, if one of those teams or both those teams don't make the playoffs, which one would be the most surprising to you? Would it be the Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Andy Reid, not in the postseason? Or would it be the Lions? Which one is most surprising to you right now? If the playoffs started today, both those teams would not be in it. Man, that's probably the Chiefs for me if I made a pick, just because, I mean, it is Patty Mahomes. It's, a lot of the same stuff kind of, they brought back. Whereas the Lions, you can say, well, they lost their top two coordinators. Their Pro Bowl center, who came out of retirement but now isn't because he failed his physical, but they lost him for a big chunk of the season. So I'd probably say the Chiefs. But no question, both of them pretty surprising right now. So teams, we do have teams that have been officially eliminated from the postseason. So we knew the Giants were, no offense, but they were already eliminated last week. Raiders officially eliminated. Tennessee is officially eliminated. The Saints eliminated. The Cardinals are eliminated. So you've got 2 or 3 in the NFC, and 2 in the AFC. Titans, Raiders, Giants, Saints, Cardinals. The battle for the number 1 pick is about to begin. Right now, it would be, Tennessee would own it again, the number 1 pick. Probably not going to go quarterback. I'd be curious to see if a team that needs a quarterback, would they trade up with Tennessee for a number 1 overall pick? Get a little bit of a haul there, whether it be the Raiders, maybe the Saints. It's not going to be the Giants. They're going to roll with Jackson Dart here. Arizona's going to be an interesting one here, too, because I think Kyler Murray, his time in Arizona is probably done. But where is he going to go? So, all right, shot clock's going to cut me off here in about 30 seconds. You got your weekend hangovers. You've got your, I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. Send those on over. We'll talk a little hoops. Bucks are back in action tonight. First quarter grades for the Bucks. We're first quarter into the season already. How'd you grade this Bucks team that's currently under 500 through the first quarter of the season? Giannis is back now, though, so maybe the arrow's trending upward a little bit. 1 in, 3 more to go. Lots more to get to here. We got some news updates, and we'll be right back in just a few minutes. Second hour, kick it off right now on this Monday morning, December 1st. Happy December, everybody. Hopefully you had a fantastic weekend. Hopefully it was a long weekend for many of you. And you're right back at it here this morning. So we'll get back to some more football talk coming up here as we're getting set for Bears week. It's Bears week here this morning, or this whole week for Packers Bears. Talk about a huge matchup coming up here. So we'll hit that up, get back to that conversation. If you had to go back to that Thursday game, that Thanksgiving Day game, who would you hand some game balls to? All right. I know it was a few days ago, but since we didn't get to do it on Friday, send me those game balls, and we'll throw them out there too. So, did have this text from Jeremy. I know it's not a grind in my gears, but to those people who all year say they wanted LaFleur to be more aggressive, were upset when he went for it on that last fourth down, are really bugging me. Come on, people, you can't have it both ways. Jeremy, I haven't seen it, but I would not be surprised if that was the case. It would not surprise me. And I totally agree with you, Jeremy. You cannot have it both ways. You can't. And I'm sure if to those who didn't like the decision and such would be like, well, there's a time and place for that. Well, then what is that time and place? Right? What is that time and place? I'll admit it. I was scared as heck. And it's going to be one of those things, too, that if it didn't work out, he probably would be getting a lot more criticism. But, hey, if you're going to, as a coach, preach all gas, no brake, your peas got to be hot, I'm trying to keep it clean, then you got to back it up. And I think that was a frustration that a lot of fans were having earlier on in the season, is like, okay, he says all this stuff, or they say all this stuff, but they don't follow it. They don't do it. Well, they finally did it in this Lions game. You can't argue that. You can't argue that. Super aggressive. I mean, not even LaFleur. LaFleur was the big one, right? But some of those throws from Jordan Love were pretty darn aggressive too. Very aggressive with some of those throws, especially, fourth down and such. Putting the trust in his receivers. This is the thing too. When you look at some of those, I mean, first of all, credit to the players. Credit to like the Dontavian Wicks and such. Those are great catches, okay? Absolutely fantastic catches. But for all the criticism that Jordan Love has been getting from fans as well, those throws were pretty darn good. I know some of the bashers for Jordan Love are going to say, well, those were just really great catches. They were really great catches. But to make those throws and dropping them in the pocket, I mean, like the Dontavian Wicks first touchdown catch. Credit to Dontavian Wicks for making the catch, keeping his feet in bounds. It was as close as you can get. But to get the football in that location, that dime, that takes talent too. And some of those throws, I mean, given in a situation such, super aggressive. We were just talking about Rodgers again. We were talking about it last week. His trust with receivers and such. And, Love just continues to give his receivers opportunities, chances. Doesn't lose faith in him. And to make those aggressive throws in those situations, too, I think this is a part why you hear so many teammates talk about how much they love Jordan Love. They follow his lead. They talk about his attitude and just like his calm, cool collectiveness. That to be able to still showcase that trust with his teammates, with his receivers, I think it goes a long ways. Because I get it from Rodgers' standpoint. You want to have a trust to have those tight throws, to have those, those Devontae types or Jordy Nelson types. where you could do some great plays. Like, there was nothing in terms of a football play probably sweeter than a Rodgers to Devontae Adams back shoulder throw. I mean, those guys had it down, the chemistry. It was like, chef's kiss. It was beautiful. It was unstoppable. But those are rare. And given the situations that, I think it's so dependent on what your roster is and what your team's like in that. And again, can you imagine if Rodgers was on this team and he was all about, okay, you're just going to screw up, I'm going to shun you? He'd run out of guys. There's both ways. And I feel like it goes back to kind of like a leadership standpoint. It goes both. You can lead in different ways. A lot of it is just dependent on the mindset, the players you have on this roster. Everybody follows the lead in different ways. Everybody gets motivated different ways. Some, yeah, they'd probably follow that. Devontae was an example of following Rodgers' lead. Devontae's talked about it his rookie year where he missed an assignment or he didn't, play the play out. He wrote about it in a Players Tribune article his rookie year. It was a play designed, to go to the other side. So Devontae kind of laid up on a route, but Aaron ended up throwing it over there. Aaron yelled at him and sent him to the sideline. Look at those two and how that career has transpired. Obviously, Devontae responded to that type of leadership. Some players don't. There is no right or wrong way to go about it. But I think with this current team, players are responding to Jordan Love's style of leadership, style of play. So, I don't know. I'd love to hear more from fans who were, and I know it's only one game, and I'm sure some people are going to say it's just one game. And you're right, it is just one game. But I would be curious to hear from more people who had questions, were critical about Matt LaFleur and his coaching, and I was at times too this year, what they thought about his game plan, what they thought about the style on Thursday. Yeah, I was again like, oh God, this could spiral out of control. But I also think too, a lot of that offensive game calling, those decisions to go for it on fourth, also it's because you put a ton of trust in your defense, and why wouldn't you right now? You probably don't make a lot of those decisions. You probably don't make a lot of those calls unless you have some pretty darn good confidence within your defense. Or on the flip side too, some teams may do it because they don't trust their defense and they're like, hey, we gotta go out there and put up a lot of points because we don't trust our defense to hold them down. I mean, you could go that route too. But I think going into that place, going into that environment, knowing that you beat them already, knowing that this is a tight divisional game, to have that aggressive mindset, I mean, that also showcases, I think, Matt LaFleur's supreme confidence in Jeff Hafley and what he's going to call, Micah Parsons, and his entire defense. All right, let's take a quick break. I want to go over the Bucs here for a little bit. Bucs first quarter of the season in the books. First quarter of the season in the books. So let's do that. Let's do that. Send me your first quarter grades, Bucs fans. What you got? Bucs are back in action tonight, taking on the Brooklyn Nets. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with more coming up in just a few minutes. Looking for the perfect gift for the hunter or shooter in your life this holiday season? Tilden Gun in Chippewa Falls has you covered. From rifles, shotguns, ammunition, optics, and hunting gear, they carry everything you need to make the holiday special. Shopping at Tilden Gun is easy. Sean and Hunter, they can help you pick the right firearm gear or accessory, and their selection is second to none. Whether it's a first-time gift or upgrading a favorite, Tilden Gun makes it simple to find. It makes it simple to find something that they will love. So stop by their shop, 12427 98th Avenue in Chippewa Falls. You can also browse online at tildengun.com. Make this holiday season one to remember with a perfect gift from Tilden Gun. And Tilden Gun, right now, if you go to their Facebook page, they've got the links posted up on their Facebook page. But they are up for some categories for the best of, so like best outdoor outfitter, best kept secret, best customer service. I mean, they should win every single one of those, right? So go ahead and check. Go vote right now. Opening is up for, I think, just a few more days here, maybe the end of the week here. But they got the links posted right up on their Facebook page to make it easy for you to go over there, click, and submit your vote. All right, so switching gears here just a little bit to some hoops chat. The Bucks, they're back in action tonight. So, I mean, we have had the return of Giannis since we've been out for the last few days here. Giannis has returned, which, good news there. Hopefully maybe we could get back to picking up some wins. But if we go back, his first game against the Knicks picked up a 118-109 victory on Friday. Giannis in his return, 28 minutes, 30 points, 15 rebounds, 8 assists, because Giannis is just a flipping machine. And then Bucks coming out and picking up a comfortable victory against Brooklyn after that on Saturday. So right now we are a first quarter of the season in the books here for the Milwaukee Bucks, and they're currently 9-12. They're sitting outside the top 10. Top 10. We know playoff teams use that 7 through 10. They do the play-in tournaments, and right now, if the playoffs started, and thankfully it doesn't, the Bucks would be on the outside looking in. So, with that in mind, how would you grade this Milwaukee Bucks season? I mean, if we did it individually, Giannis gets an A, right? I mean, let's be real. Giannis is an A and probably an A+. Averaging 30.9 points per game, 10.9 rebounds per game, 6.6 assists per game. I'd probably throw Ryan Rollins in there too as an A, because he is just like exceeding all expectations at this point. 17.9 points per game in 21 games played. He's also given nearly 6 assists per game. So I'd throw him in there. But I'm kind of curious to get everybody's thoughts on maybe Kyle Kuzma and Miles Turner. Let's start with Miles Turner, the big free agent acquisition this offseason. So he is averaging 12.7 points per game, 6.3 rebounds per game. If you look at it, so he is a career 14 points per game guy. Rebounds, he's 6.8. So he's about, actually he's pretty darn close to his careers. But he's coming off of last year. If we look at his numbers for the Pacers, he was 15.6. The year before that, 17. The year before that, 18. So, he's kind of from a points per game standpoint trending down just a little bit. Honestly, I'd probably put it at a C for Miles Turner. I'd like to see a little bit more. Now, I'm guilty of it. I'm sure there's others probably too. Maybe we had a bar so high for Miles Turner. And I always thought, for the last few years, Miles Turner would be a good addition to this Bucks team. A little bit of a stretch 4 or a stretch big man. Brook could shoot from the outside too, but defensively could go out there in space and defend in space. But I probably had just these super high expectations when it comes to an offensive side, and I probably should have tempered them a little bit. because he's not going to be your number 2 scorer. He's probably not. And he's not really built that way. He's never averaged more. If we use it from a points per game standpoint or a measuring stick, he's never averaged over 20 points per game. The most he's averaged in a single season has been 18. So I'm guilty of it. I'm sure there's others that, okay, from an offensive standpoint, I probably had super high expectations. But would I like to see more than 12.7? Yes. I'd like to see more of an offensive output. I'd like to see him get 16, 17 points, kind of where Ryan Rollins is right now, maybe. I don't think that should be too much to ask. Kyle Kuzma. Now, this one's interesting because 13.5 points per game, 4.6 rebounds per game. Probably a C- over there too, because he is so hard to figure out. He is so hard to kind of like, okay, is it like November, 14.7 points per game he was averaging. From November 10th to from November 1st to November. He began November, I thought, really well. And then November overall, I think, was a very good month for him. Kind of some up and down performances. I mean, against Charlotte, against Miami, and against the Lakers. Those single-digit performances from him, especially that Lakers game, not great. But he averaged the month of November 14.7 points per game. October got off to a really slow start. It's just consistency is the biggest issue with Kyle Kuzma. And what's his role? Like, I feel like he's kind of like an unknown territory. Like, what exactly is his role? Is it coming off the bench? Is it within the starting lineup? What is his what? You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of hard to gauge a little bit. So C- probably. I just don't know if he's a good fit for this team, to be honest with you. If there is a way to move him to maybe get, I don't know, a typical 3, maybe a 2, kind of that outside shooter, another shooter that could play on the perimeter, defend a little bit on the perimeter too. More of a typical 2 guard or maybe even a typical 3. But I'm probably a C-. Maybe that's a little too high too. But and Bobby Portis, I'm not a great start for Bobby Portis this year. And I think I don't know if it's just because he's getting lost in the shuffle here a little bit because there's so many guys that do similar things to him, like a Miles Turner, kind of like a Kyle Kuzma too. So I don't know if it's just that, because you look at it, his minutes are down this year. He's averaging 21, a little over 21 minutes per game. Last year, he was averaging 25. His points, I mean, he's at 11 points per game. Last year, he was 13.9. The year before that, 13.8, 14.1. So, I mean, he's down in that production too. So, but is that because he's getting a little bit lost in the shuffle of things? Overall, team-wise, I'm probably at a D. And I know missing Giannis was a big loss, and that's when this team, kind of went down and spiraled and went on that losing streak. This team is built solely on Giannis, and this team will only go as far as Giannis can literally take them. They've proven. Outside, I mean, the Warriors game right now looks like it was a fluke earlier on in the season, but they have proven at this point in the first quarter of the season they cannot win ball games without Giannis. They literally have proven that. Giannis has to stay healthy. Giannis has to play practically every single game going forward for this team to get back into the playoff standings, for this team to do anything in the postseason. because they have proven that they cannot handle maybe even just a couple of weeks without Giannis. Heck, even just a week they've shown they can't handle that. Nobody has risen. Nobody has risen to that opportunity. Has like, okay, hey, we don't have our main guy. And that was kind of the thing. I think a lot of us were like, okay, maybe this is an opportunity for this team to kind of get to know each other. A lot of new parts, a lot of, new guys. Opportunity for these guys to kind of feed off each other and maybe play together as a team. And it didn't result in any wins whatsoever. And that's what makes me nervous for the next 3 quarters of this season. Because you're putting a lot on Giannis' shoulders. By the time the postseason comes here, is it just he's going to be so worn out, so worn down, that he's got nothing left to give in the postseason? Because they've asked so much from him? No, hey, I'm an old school NBA fan. Okay? To me, it's like, hey, that's the name of the game. Jordan did it. The greats did it. Kobe's did it. They all did it. But you look at this style in the NBA, and you just kind of wonder, oh. But for every Jordan, there was also a Pippen. And there was also a Phil Jackson. Doc Rivers ain't no Phil Jackson. Kyle Kuzma, Ryan Rollins ain't no Scottie Pippen. And I'm not trying to diminish Jordan or any of those guys either, but it's just facts are facts. This team is Giannis and everybody else. Ryan Rollins has been great this year, but Ryan Rollins is not a 2. He is not a Robin. Maybe he could be a 3, but he is not your Robin. They need another playmaker. I don't know who that's going to be. I don't even know if they can try to get somebody. But as we get, after Christmas, which the countdown's on now, that's when I think, okay, now we start to kick it in here a little bit. I think after Christmas is when we start to look, okay, what can the Bucks package maybe a Portis and a Kuzma to try to get? And I know that might be rich for a lot of people's bloods. They don't maybe only like to get rid of Kuzma at that. But at this point, I think you've got to try to be aggressive and bring in somebody else to be that Robin to Giannis. Luckily, a lot of games left to be played. There's opportunities to climb back into the standings. But overall, first quarter, I'm probably at a D. I'm probably at a D for Doc Rivers, too. D-. And I get it. Maybe his hands are tied a little bit, too, because of the roster construction. But the inability to find roles, for a Kyle Kuzma, the inability to maybe get Miles Turner going just a little bit more. Some of the rotation questions have just been kind of, I don't know, questionable at times. There's no flow. There's no rhyme. There's no rhythm to this. So Giannis is an A+. Ryan Rollins is an A because he's kind of come out of nowhere. A lot of C's. Overall D for this basketball team. A lot of room for improvement and a lot of room for growth. But can they? Can they do that? I think my biggest question heading into the final 3 quarters is going to be Giannis can carry a team. But how much is he going to have to kind of give of himself to carry this team? It's all on him right now. It is all on him. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more coming up after these quick words. 3 weeks from tomorrow, right? Yeah, 3 weeks from tomorrow already. Dudettes, it's Festivus. Our annual Festivus program we're going to be doing from VFW Post 305, located on Star Avenue in Eau Claire, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. We've got the metal poles for the airing of grievances, the feats of strength. C-Bomb and Surveyor don't know this yet. I'm going to add a little twist to the feats of strength to really make it a feats of strength. I'll tell them about it a little bit later on, but I don't want to reveal it right now. But I'm going to really, really throw something out there to test their feats of strength. So got that going on, and just a lot of fun. So if you have the day off, or maybe you want to stop by for some breakfast before you get to work, hang out with us at the VFW Post 305 on December 23rd, Tuesday, December 23rd, for our annual Festivus program. And it'll be the final program for 2025. So hang out with us, have some fun with us. Last year it was such a blast. It was such a good time. So looking forward to it. I can't believe it's already 3 weeks from tomorrow, though. Man, holy moly. All right. So let's catch up on a few. Survey. I have not heard a word from C-Bomb in probably weeks. Survey. You might have to text him to make sure he's still around. I've gone back and looked, and it's been a couple weeks since I have heard from C-Bomb. So I don't know. I don't know if he's around anymore. So not a word, not a single word. Hiding, in trouble with a wife, who knows? Going back to some more messages. I know we got quite a few here on YouTube. I'll try to get through some of them. James says, game ball, you hit the players already. I'd mentioned Parsons. Love. Let the tale of shoeless Wicks begin. The Brandon Wolf says, I'm not sad, but I'm just saying that loss to Carolina doesn't look as bad now. Yeah, probably. Carolina, I know our friend Mr. Berg and our preseason picks threw them out as a possible sneaky good team this year, and that's a good win by Carolina yesterday. I mean, all week leading up to that game, or the last couple of weeks, the thought was, okay, the Rams are the cream of the crop of the NFC. They're the best team in the NFC. Now you look at it, who is the best team in the NFC? Is it Chicago? They're the 1 seed. But you look at all these computer simulations and odds, and they still have the Packers favored to win the division. So right now, who is the best team in the NFC? With 5 weeks left to go. I know we got Monday Night Football tonight, but I mean, come on, we're not going to throw the Giants into that, and they're playing the Patriots. But who is the best team in the National Football Conference? Chicago's the one. You got Chicago at 9-3. You got the Rams at 9-3. The Packers 8-3-1. 49ers 9-4. Eagles 8-4. Seattle's 9-3. Tampa Bay's 7-5. And then breathing down their necks is the 7-6 Carolina Panthers. Heck, even in the AFC, Denver, New England, Jacksonville. This has been a crazy NFL season so far, and I'm all about it. If you were just a fan of football, a fan of NFL football, maybe you don't have a rooting interest in a team, which I think it's kind of hard not to have a rooting interest in a team if you're a fan of the NFL, but each their own. The parity that we've seen so far, there's a lot of good teams. It's not like there's a bunch of teams with 5 losses and they're leading their divisions. You're talking about teams with 2, 3 losses, 4 losses. I mean, if you got 4 losses, you're kind of like maybe a little nervous. I don't know, with the way the Cowboys are playing. By the way, okay. I know this isn't probably like, this would probably be better suited for a a Wednesday, am I wrong, or a Thursday, enough is enough. That whole thing about Jerry Jones saying he offered the Jets Micah Parsons and a first-round pick for Quinnen Williams, that is a load of bull. And if that is even a small part of that is even the truth, the Jets are bigger idiots than I think we all thought. Williams is a great player, a fantastic player, one of the best interior defensive linemen in all of football. But if somebody offered you, and I get it, you're going to have to offer Micah Parsons a huge deal. But if you take those away, somebody offered you Micah Parsons and a first-round pick, and you say no, you were an idiot. You are an idiot. Considering what? They just traded a first-round pick for him, and you didn't even get Micah Parsons in return? I don't think that's true. But if it is, holy moly, the Jets are an idiot. A bigger idiot than we thought. That's ridiculous. Surveyor says, I'm not saying, but I'm just saying Packers are the best all-around team in the NFL. From top to bottom, the most stacked team is the Green Bay Packers. Woo! What do you think? Surveyor going out there, 5 weeks left to go, saying, NFL surveyor, right? Not just NFC. NFL. The entire NFL. Ooh. I just hope this Lions game, the style that Green Bay played that game, the aggressiveness, I hope that just kind of like lit a match, turned on a light bulb. Okay. Because for the last few weeks, we've been like, there's just something off. There's something not just grooving. There's just something, Is this something that maybe is like, okay, found that extra level, found that extra notch? Because they're going to need it with this upcoming schedule, with these 5 games. 2 against Chicago. Denver, competing for that top spot. Baltimore, competing for their division lives. And, Minnesota will love nothing more to do to end their season at home, defeating their heated rivals, the Packers, which could affect standings in the postseason and such. Division games, kind of take them out. Take the records out in a lot of cases. Whew. Surveyor. That's a big one. That is a big one. All right. Tell you what, let's take a quick break. We'll wrap up the second hour. We will have Justice Cleveland coming up 8:30, starting at 8:30, just for about a half an hour. So, but from a local side of things, shout out to Blue Gold men's basketball. 8-0 to begin the season. The best start for their program since 1999. Another win last night, 8-0. Stout men's basketball beating 6th-ranked Illinois Wesleyan over the weekend too. So I know Blue Gold volleyball, a couple days here. They're going to begin their Elite 8 journey. So that's coming up here very soon as well. So plus all high school basketball games are in action, wrestling, et cetera, et cetera. So we are definitely in the full swing on the local sports side of things. But we'll catch up with Justice for about a half an hour, 8:30 to 9 this morning. Let's take a quick break, though, to wrap up the second hour. It is that time. All right. Quick one. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Hey, maybe this winter weather was also a good reminder for you driving on some slick roads and such where it's like, dude, I need to get some tires. I forgot to get some tires and such. Well, you better make your appointment with our good friends from AJM Automotive. And maybe because of those lack of tires, those new tires, I hate to say it, but maybe you got stuck. Well, who do you call if you do get stuck? You call AJM Automotive as well because they do offer towing services. So hit them up, 715-835-9523. Again, that number, 715-835-9523. Maybe it's engine work you need done. Maybe it's brake works. Maybe you just need an oil change. Whatever the case may be, the fine folks at AJM Automotive, they're there to help you out. Located 1919 Brackett Avenue, right here in Eau Claire. Get your vehicle in to AJM Automotive. And always keep that number handy just in case with winter weather officially now here. If you get into a slippery stretch and you need a little bit of a tow, AJM Automotive can help you out. All right, we got about 10 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll get back to some more green and gold chat coming up next hour. But let me throw this. I got a couple of questions out there for you Packers fans. Vibe check. How you feeling about your team? Surveyor's obviously feeling pretty darn good about the Packers with 5 weeks left to go in this regular season. But hey, you know what that means. Tomorrow, we're going to do some, because we're doing Bucks today. We're doing first quarter grades for the Bucks today. I want to do third quarter grades for the Packers tomorrow. So think about that. Just kind of an early tease for you. That's your early homework assignment, Armchair MVPs. Think about your third quarter grades for the Packers as we get set for this stretch run. Bears, a couple times in there. Denver, Baltimore, Minnesota. 5 games left to go. I think this is a good time to kind of do the final quarter here. So, and then think about, okay, how can we, have a really good fourth quarter to finish off the season? But that's for tomorrow. For today, give me a little bit of a vibe check, where you're at on this team, your confidence level with this team. Okay, you feeling better right now than maybe what you did at the beginning of the quarter or, in the way maybe it was at the second quarter of the season? The other part in this thing, too, is how concerned are you about the loss of Devontae Wyatt? How big of a loss do you think this is for this Packers defense going forward? I mean, you look at it right now. The Packers have lost Tucker Kraft and now Devontae Wyatt. Or maybe your confidence is super high in Jeff Hafley because of what he's been able to do. So, hey, Surveyor is now checked in. I don't know if Surveyor you texted him or such, but C-Bomb, last couple weeks, man, you've been nominated to partake in the feats of strength again, December 23rd. So you've been challenged by Surveyor. So it's going to be you two going mano-a-mano. But if both of you are listening right now, there is going to be an added element to the feats of strength. There's going to be an added element to it. All right? Just prepare for that. So, Surveyor, you were challenged a couple weeks ago. We thought you were hiding. But it's going to be you and Surveyor for the feats of strength coming up for Festivus, December 23rd, my man. So, but give me your vibes, all right? C-Bomb does say, I'm feeling pretty good about this squad. If they play like they did last weekend, Matt LaFleur needs to let Love play. He's getting weapons back, and he can use them. Well, he did let Love play, right? I mean, he did. I think that was pretty given. I mean, LaFleur, kind of what we were saying in the first hour, he put his trust in his players. He put the game in the hands of his players. Watching the Rams lose to Carolina, the Eagles lose to the Bears, the NFC is there for the taking. I do think it's time to start taking Chicago a little more seriously, but the division and the number one seed is all up for grabs if we can win out. Oh, yeah, I mean, that Rams loss changes. Now, Green Bay winning against Chicago wouldn't necessarily give them the 1 seed right off the bat, obviously, because you still got Seattle with just 3 losses. You've got the Rams at 3 losses currently too. So I believe Seattle and the Rams still play each other. So we'll see how that kind of plays out. But yeah, the NFC is, man, it's kind of all over the place right now. Kind of all over the place. But yeah, not only give me your vibe check for the Pack, but how concerned are you about the loss of Devontae White? I'll hit that up coming up just past the top of the hour here when we get back to some more green and gold chat. So continue to send me your grades for the Bucs. We got a lot of D's. I won't go through all of them, but I'll just say I don't think I've seen anything higher than a C for your Bucs grade so far. So yeah, I mean, I had him as an overall D. I mean, we can all agree if we did it from a player standpoint, Giannis would be an A, right? I mean, he's putting up MVP numbers. He is literally this team. He is literally this team. So, but, all right. Hey, Surveyor C-Bomb has accepted the challenge. The feats of strength was oh so painful, but I can't go without defending my chicken wing. So, all right. So, Surveyor and C-Bomb, here's the other added feats of strength. While you guys are doing the wing challenge, while you are doing it, you will also have to answer Packers trivia questions while doing the wing challenge. So Surveyor always sends us trivia questions on Friday. We're going to flip it back to you two. And while you are downing some incredibly hot wings, you will have to answer some Packers trivia questions while doing it. Maybe that'll help you because maybe that'll keep your mind off of the hotness of the wings. Maybe that'll make it just tougher for you because you can't focus on the question and can't get them right because every correct answer will be worth an added point. I got the point system worked out. So, and this is open for everybody to watch. All right, it'll be open for everybody to watch. Coming up on the 23rd. I'll get you a time. I'm going to chat with C-Bomb and Surveyor to see what time works best for them. So, all right, I got a couple minutes left. Continue to send me your, I'm not saying, but I'm just saying, continue to send me your your VFW Post 305 weekend hangovers. What was the weekend hangover for you? What kind of got you down? What kind of got you a little bit depressed or a little frustrated or whatever the case may be? Maybe for you deer hunters, maybe it was like, I didn't get my buck. I didn't get my buck. That's mine. I didn't get my buck. Did put meat in the freezer, which is the main thing, but I didn't get my buck. So little down on that. Little down on that. All right. Yeah, shot clock's 1 minute away. Just a couple more grades coming in here for the Bucs, it looks like. We've got, I would say right now, if we were calling it, it's a D. And I would agree with it. Bucs game tonight, though, by the way, going up against the Wizards, maybe a chance for them to put together back-to-back wins. I hope so, because the Wizards have only won 2 games this year. But who knows? Tip time supposed to be around 6 o'clock. Coverage will begin about 5:30 on your radio dials, 105.1 FM and 790 AM. So continue to send me your first quarter grades for the Bucs if you'd like, either on the YouTube stream or hit us up on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line with a quick text, 715-830-1912. All right, we're nearly at halftime. Just a few seconds away. So we'll kick off the second hour. We'll get back to some Packers talk. We'll have JC Nisi for about a half an hour at the back end or at the bottom end of this hour. So we'll get to that. Plenty more to go to in these next 2 hours. I want to hear from you, though, all right? Hit me up. Got a topic in mind, got a question in mind, whatever the case may be, let me know. 2 in, 2 more to go. We'll be back after these news updates. Third quarter begins right now. Third hour of the program kicking off right now. Hopefully you all had an absolutely fantastic weekend and ready to hit up another work week. Maybe you're getting set to do some muzzle loading hunting. Best of luck. Be safe if you are heading out for a little muzzle loader season. If you did have some luck for this past deer rifle season and you want to share some photos, don't forget you can hit us up on either the Sports Talk 105.1 Facebook page or my Facebook page. Put your photos up there. We got a couple posts available for you to comment with your photos. So bottom of the hour, we'll catch up for a really quick chat with Justice Cleveland, WEAU 13 News. So we'll chat with him. Also, we'll get back to some more Bucks talk. First quarter in the books for the Milwaukee Bucks. So how would you grade it? How would you grade this Bucks team so far? A lot of D's. And honestly, that's where I would agree with it. It's the grade that I put out there. So I would definitely agree with it. We've been talking to Packers here this morning, too, as it's officially a Bears week, getting set for Packers-Bears this Sunday at Lambeau Field. The Bears holding on to the division lead. They are, as of right now, the top team in the NFC, number 1 seed in the NFC. So, makes this game even just a little bit more, shall we say, exciting, a little bit more at stake. But things are going to be a little bit more difficult for the Packers moving forward. Devontae Wyatt's going to be done for the year. That injury that we saw on Thanksgiving on Thursday with him being carted off looked like it was going to be a bad one. And it sure was. So, fractured ankle. How big of a loss is this for Green Bay? How concerned are you as a Packers fan going forward, knowing Devontae Wyatt's not going to be out there? For one, it's a big loss. Okay. Now, if you want to say, well, Wyatt was still kind of inconsistent this year. Yeah, you could throw that out. Yeah, I mean, there's been games where it's like, where is he? He's been kind of lost in the shuffle. Where is he at? Where's he been? So, but I also think you could say, however, he was playing really well this year. I think we can acknowledge that too. He was playing really well. Was he inconsistent at times? Of course he was. Definitely. But from a pass rushing standpoint, that guy is their premier interior pass rusher. From generating pressure from up the middle, Devontae Wyatt, defensive lineman, was their best one. There's no question about it. So that is going to be a huge loss without him there. And I mean, I think Green Bay and Jeff Hafley found something when they would employ a particular package where Devontae Wyatt was lined up and Micah Parsons was behind him. And we saw that on display and be really effective the last couple weeks against Minnesota and against Detroit. That's going to be a loss. I don't think it'll be much of a loss in terms of run defense. Colby Wooden has been their best interior defensive lineman when it's come to stopping the run, when it's come to, being a high-level defensive lineman in that area. So where are they going to get this interior pressure? If we just kind of focus on getting after the quarterback from up the middle, where are they going to get that production from? Well, there's a few different ways here. One, if Carl Brooks comes back, he missed his last game with an ankle injury. ESPN Analytics actually have Carl Brooks as a top 20 interior defensive lineman in pressure rate. Limited snaps, but they do list him on there. So there's that possibility if we look at that number. Obviously, Lucas Van Ness, if he can get back. But I'm a little worried about Lucas Van Ness. Missing all that time due to a foot injury, comes back against Minnesota, is only able to play 6 snaps, doesn't play against Detroit. That thing is obviously affecting him. That thing is obviously an issue. So I'm a little nervous on that. But that would definitely be, okay, you're talking about interior pressure, Lucas Van Ness, bada bing, bada boom, boom. No, I don't know. I wouldn't count on that one right now until we can actually see him play a game healthy. The one name I will throw out there that I think is going to get more of an opportunity, because we have seen him get more of an opportunity these last couple of weeks, and he has actually been playing pretty well. And that's rookie Warren Brinson, 6th-round pick from Georgia, another Georgia defender. And coming out of college, he was mostly known for his getting after the quarterback, the pressure. That's what he was kind of known for mostly. Wasn't necessarily run defense. It was getting after the quarterback. And he missed some time in preseason training camp dealing with an injury, so we didn't get to see him right away. But these last couple weeks, got his first sack, half sack against Minnesota. We've seen him get more of an opportunity. And I think that's going to be a guy we're going to see lined up more and getting that shot. Now, it's a lot to ask for a 6th-round rookie to come in and try to replace another Georgia Bulldog and Devontae Wyatt. So let's maybe set the bar a little bit lower. But that's going to be one. Quay Walker, whenever he's back, and Edrin Cooper, probably coming up and blitzing up the middle. That's going to be another way. You know, Jeff Halfley and his staff, they're going to have to figure out different ways to try to get pressure from up the middle. But for this week against Chicago, one of their priorities is going to have to be stopping the run. I mean, look at what Chicago just did against Philadelphia. 2 backs going over 100 yards. So who's going to be that guy you might see Green Bay play a lot of base defense again. A lot of 4-3, keeping Isaiah McDuffie out there too. 3 linebackers. I hope Quay Walker's back for this week. But does that mean, hey, Stackhouse is going to get another opportunity? Stackhouse, to me, has been one of the more disappointing players so far this year, and it was probably a lot to ask an undrafted, another Georgia guy, an undrafted defensive lineman to come in and be a big part of this team's success. But when he was brought in, it was under the assumption that, okay, that's the TJ Slayton replacement. TJ Slayton was their primary run defender on the line. Early down defensive lineman in there to clog up holes to stop the running game. He got plenty of opportunities at the beginning of the season. Wasn't playing great. Snaps have gone bye-bye. Will they give him another opportunity? Can they afford to give him another opportunity with a big game coming up against Chicago? And, of course, the other option out there is, well, could they bring in a veteran? Now, they've had all weekend to kind of do it. I don't know if they would do it at this point. You know, I've seen some names kind of being floated out there like Wilkins. Could he be somebody that's potentially available that Green Bay would bring in? Let me bring up some other names here. So I want available. Yeah, Christian Wilkins. Montravius Adams, former Packers defensive lineman. Veteran Joseph. I mean, you're talking about him just probably being an early down guy, but he's 37 years old here too. Essentially, I almost feel like if we're putting this in kind of a comparison perspective, does Green Bay need to go out there and find their Howard Green of 2010? You know, that other defensive lineman that came in, massive defensive lineman, but played well. Does Green Bay need to go out there and get that? But it's a little bit different. It's like, okay, but they need that pressure guy. You look at some names, and yeah, there's some names. Maurice Hurst is on there. Khalil Davis is on there. Golston's on there. Jordan Phillips is on there. I wouldn't be opposed for with Green Bay bringing in a veteran, but I just feel like they're probably going to go with who they already got. And they only got one guy on their defense or on their practice squad too, so maybe it's a veteran they bring in and add him on the practice squad and such, but I feel like maybe we would have heard about that by now. But who knows? So there's options, not necessarily the best options or the greatest options, but I wouldn't be opposed if Green Bay goes out there and brings in a veteran for depth. I wouldn't count on it. I wouldn't count on it at this point. Wilkins is the name that a lot of people would love to see. but he also had like a foot injury, had a locker room issue and such. I would always say for a guy who's only 29 years old and was a really good player at certain points, if he's still a free agent at this point, there's a reason he is a free agent. There's a reason. All right, let's take a quick break. But how concerned are you, Packers fans, with the loss of Devontae Wyatt? Hit me up with a text, 715-830-1912. Quick break. We'll be back after these quick words. Our good friend Justice Cleveland's going to be joining us in about 10 minutes, and he's actually going to stay with us to the finish line. So not a shorter version of JC and EC. He'll be with us all the way till 10 o'clock this morning. So we'll catch up with Justice. We'll talk some more football with him. Also, we'll get back to some more hoops chat. How would you grade the Milwaukee Bucks with their first quarter of the season in the books? How would you grade it? A lot of D's. A lot of A's for Giannis, which if anybody put a little bit of a lower grade for Giannis, it'd be like, why? And, show your work. But everybody's given Giannis an A so far. Overall has been a D, which, I would agree with. So, Badger football. Well, first of all, I mean, not the greatest weekend for Badger sports. Other than volleyball, they get a 3 seed in the tournament, and they get to host a couple rounds. So, I mean, we got Badger volleyball getting set for their tournament run. We know the Blue Golds are going to be kicking off their Elite Eights on Wednesday. But other than that, women's basketball suffering a couple losses at Ole Miss. We knew that was going to be a tough one. Then they fall to James Madison. Marquette also falling to Oklahoma on Friday. Wisconsin beating Providence, but then falling to TCU. So Badger basketball, their next game is going to be going up against Northwestern coming up on the 3rd. But it's the conclusion of a Badger football season that, from a win percentage standpoint, was the worst since 1990, when the Badgers won one game. If you could describe this Badger football season in one word, or maybe one short phrase or sentence, what would it be? How would you describe this season? Or maybe the best thing to kind of phrase this, or maybe better yet, is how are you going to remember this season? When you look back at this, and I know you probably don't want to remember it. That's probably it. Just like, I want to forget about it. I don't want to remember this. But what's the thing when you think about this season, this 4-8 season, and try to come up with some words that or phrases that are appropriate that I can maybe say on the air. But it's been, we knew the expectation. I think if we rewind it and go to the preseason or go to before the season kicked off, we knew it was going to be a very difficult year. I mean, that was a thought. A few of you had very high expectations or very high hopes. And maybe it was just bold predictions and such. But I think a majority of people are like, okay, this is going to be tough. It's a very tough schedule. Team isn't that great. The line was 4.5, I think it was, which was a perfect line. I mean, they ended up 4 wins. And I thought it was going to be the under, but it was 4. So, I mean, some of us had lower expectations, but was it even worse than maybe that you thought? So maybe is it safe to say for a lot of you that when you looked at the season, when we previewed the season, we're getting ready for this season, you knew it was going to be a down year. But was it worse than what you thought it was going to be? And maybe it was from the offensive side of things. Like that was maybe the thing that confused you, frustrated you the most, was what the heck happened in this offense? What kind of offense is this? What are they going to do going forward with this offense? I think, and to add on that, are you optimistic for next year? Given the strides that we saw from some defensive players this year, it is an easier schedule on paper. Right now, December 1st, 2025, the 2026 schedule on paper is easier. Are you optimistic for next year? Do you trust Chris McIntosh? Do you believe Chris McIntosh when he says, we will invest more into football? i.e., we're going to throw more money at the football program. Do you believe him? Do you trust him when he says stuff like that? And do you trust that that's what's going to get this team back on track, this program back on track? I think for me, even though I had it at 4, the offense for me was what really kind of like, ooh, that was bad. Like that's bad. Defense, I'm like, okay, maybe there's some strides there. There's some growth there. I'm optimistic, but I don't know. Where do we go? Especially, and I think the frustrating one, whether it's, Carter Smith, whether he's going to be, the starter for next year or whatever the quarterback situation is going to be. What's the running back situation? I mean, we both had Carter Smith. We had Hunter Simmons taking snaps. And Luke Fickell after the game, talking about the quarterback position, saying, quote, "It's been a battle. I don't want to say struggle. It's been a battle all year, just the injuries in particular, and then trying to figure out which direction do you go, hoping to get guys back and not getting guys back." So, do you think it's as simple as, hey, if Badger football, this is for all the changes that college sports has gone through, it's still weird for me to say what I'm about to say. If Wisconsin pays for a good transfer quarterback, do you think a ton of their problems will be fixed and they will instantly be back to being a better team? It's the pays thing that I don't know if I'll ever get used to that when it comes to college sports. But that's the question. If the Badger football team pays for a good transfer quarterback, do you think all their problems are fixed? The majority of the problems are fixed. That if they pay for that good quarterback, they will be a good team next year. Do you think it's as simple as that? Because I've seen some people on social media throwing that out there, that if they just bring in a good quarterback next year, that they will be back to being a good team. Do you think it's that simple? And it's not just bringing in one. It's we got to say, pay. Got to pay. And the thing is, would a team like Wisconsin, a program like Wisconsin, would they have to pay a little bit more to get that quarterback? Because, okay, put yourself in the shoes of a transfer quarterback that's looking to maybe earn a nice chunk of money. How attractive is Wisconsin to you? One hand, yeah, you're going to play and you're probably going to be the starter, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But from a play standpoint, if you want to go somewhere to maybe increase your stock in terms of the NFL draft or just overall in general, is Wisconsin a good place for you to go? Is that an attractive situation for you to go? So that's where it might be where a program like Wisconsin has to pay more to get that quarterback to come, to sign on the dotted line. I'm optimistic for next year that we are going to see improvement, but that's also the expectation. It's got to be. It's got to be a bowl game next year. And yeah, I've been one to say, oh man, there's so many bowl games. But right now, it's like this program needs a bowl game next year. They need to get to a bowl game. They got to show some growth. They have to. And I think they can get to a bowl game next year. It's just, okay, I'll be really, we talked about the line this year. Like, the line was, perfect for Wisconsin. Was it 4.5? I'll be curious to see what Vegas gives a line for Badger football next year. going to be like 6.5? I think, because you look at the schedule for Badger football next year, the opponents. So they played Notre Dame to open up the season at Lambeau, Western Illinois, Pittsburgh, Camp Randall. It's the Paul Grisky Bowl. And then your Big Ten home opponents, Michigan State, new coach. I saw one rumor, is it going to be Fitzgerald from the former Northwestern coach? Rutgers, the Gophers, and then USC. Your away is Iowa, Maryland, Penn State, new coach, Purdue, UCLA, new coach. That is nothing like what Wisconsin had to go through this year. But again, we know it could be completely different. Once, preseason rankings are always kind of, I can live without them, but I understand why they do it. So a lot of things could change when we get to that point next year. But right now, on paper, I think it's safe to say it's much easier than what Wisconsin had to go through this year. But that also means there's more pressure on Luke Fickell. Okay, you've got yourself an easier schedule. Now you better get out there and get a bowl game, because if you can't get a bowl game, if we just assume that this schedule is going to play out like a lot of us think it's going to play out, like these teams are going to play out, like Maryland, is not going to be one of the best teams in the country. Purdue, not going to be. Rutgers, not going to be one of the best teams in the country. If we assume all that, like they are playing this year, easier schedule. All right, Fickell. There's more pressure on you then. There's more pressure on you to make sure you get to a bowl game. Hell, I would even say I want to see, I don't want 6 wins. I don't want a 500 record. I want a winning record next year. I want a bowl game, but a winning record. This is year 3. Right? Year 3? Or is it year 4 already? I'm losing track already. This was year 3. Now we're heading into year 4, I believe. Oh, man, I'm losing. What is it? It's been a blur. So this is, he just wrapped up. Yeah, okay. So he'll be heading into year 4. Okay. Yep. All right, let's take a quick break. Coming up in a few minutes, we're going to have JC Anisi, Justice Cleveland, WEAU 13 News sports director, joining us from, when we come back from break and all the way to the finish line. Before then, hit me up with more grades for the Bucks. What you got for grades? Send them on over. If you want to do individual, you want to do team, there's a bunch of other stuff, a bunch of other areas, coaching-wise. You guys know the drill. You know the drill, how we usually do grades. We're going to do the Packers third quarter grades coming up tomorrow. But vibe check, Packers fans, too. How you feeling right now with the current state of your team? How you feeling? Feeling pretty confident right now? You feeling a lot better than maybe what you did a few weeks ago? How you feeling, your initial vibes heading into this big game going up against the Bears of Chicago? Let me know. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with more coming up in just a little bit. back into a little bit of a normal swing of things here, and it starts with our dude, Mr. Justice Cleveland, sports director extraordinaire from WEAU 13 News, joining us.
Good morning.
Morning, sir. How are you?
Good.
Good Thanksgiving. Turkey, good? Did you do turkey?
Oh, we did turkey.
All right,
turkey and ham.
Nice.
So all the
double
fixes.
dipping. So
Apple pie, pumpkin pie.
Wow.
All the good stuff.
Beast. Nice. So
The only problem was I only had a half a day to enjoy it because then we had to fly back here. We were in Arizona at my parents, so I didn't get all the leftovers for like 4 days like I normally would, which is probably good for my waistline. So probably for my long-term health, it was better.
were you able to golf a little bit out there?
Just hitting out of my parents' backyard into the desert.
Nice.
So
that's still pretty cool, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
It's nice, especially when I was seeing all the reports here, especially
yeah.
the first snowfall. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
well, this is it.
Yeah.
I won't be hitting any golf balls outside for quite a while. So
Exactly. Well, welcome back, man.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
So, a lot of stuff going on too for you to catch up on and such.
oh
Man.
my goodness, yeah, it's gonna be a busy week.
I mean, I know we're just kind of catching up on things, but just kind of generally, I mean, you got Blue Gold men's basketball best start since 1999.
Wow.
I mean, I was still in middle school, so
I probably was watching them play
probably in college.
point.
Yeah.
Because that was a really good team. If I remember the 99, those 2000.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a good start right there.
Yep. And I mean,
Women's team also off to a really good start as well.
Exactly. I mean, got to shout out Stout Men picking up a win over 6th ranked Illinois Wesleyan too. So, yeah, a lot of really. And I know we're gonna get to like after Christmas, is it usually like the WIAC or starts kind of coming up here WIAC tournament?
Yeah,
or
I think
WIAC portion of the schedule. Excuse me.
They start a couple. I know. Well, last few years have done a couple games before, then had the break for Christmas. So
yeah,
I'll have to see. I haven't looked at long-term scheduling, so I
Right.
should know better. But I haven't. One week at a time, Dan. 1 week at a time.
Exactly. Well, we got volleyball. That's going to start for them. Their Elite Eight coming up on Wednesday. So that should be a lot of fun. I know we were talking quite a bit about that last week too. So what a run. Potentially maybe an all WIAC final because Oshkosh is on the other side over there too. But, you talk to that team and that program, they're taking it one game at a time here too.
Yeah.
Kind of a unique thing to have a whole week off too, which is kind of cool. I mean, Thanksgiving and that too.
Right.
But kind of that whole week off and just get set and maybe get the nerves up a little bit more too, excitement up a little bit more.
Yeah,
too,
and not make them have to play over like the holiday break or something like that and then come.
Yeah.
So I think it's really nice that they get this break, get healthier. I'm sure people are banged up in any time that they get will help.
Right.
I know the first time they played Oshkosh at the end of the regular season, they didn't have Bailey Leak, and now they've had her during the tournament. So I'm sure she welcomed a little bit of time to heal up. And
Exactly.
that team, I mean, we've talked about it the whole year and just the depth of what they have. And we've seen it come to fruition here in the tournament and battling back in that last game to get the chance to go to the Elite Eight. And now, 3 wins. It's a second national championship there. But you got some tough ground to go before you can say that. And potentially, if Oshkosh and them meet again, that would be poetic.
Yeah, it would be.
How you lost the first one. Oshkosh handled it pretty well, the first one. You didn't have Bailey Leak in that one. Then the second one, you get up, and then Oshkosh comes back to get the win in the WIAC championship in the tournament. Man, if they could do one more time in the NC, I know we're getting way ahead of ourselves, but man, that would be, for storytelling purposes,
Exactly.
that would be great. So we'll see what happens, and best of luck to Kim Woody and her squad, because that is going to, they represent all that's great with the WIAC, and they've been one of the best programs as long as I've been here, and another great season. No matter what happens after this, it's been a great season.
Yep, exactly. So definitely we'll be following along once we get there. But staying with the college, and I know for Badger volleyball too, they get a 3 seed as they begin their national tournament too, and that's going to be first couple rounds, I believe, are in Madison, is what I saw too.
At the field house, at the dungeon, I guess is what they've started calling it there.
The dungeon? I didn't hear that, but it kind of makes sense.
Yeah,
if you've been there before. So
I think it's perfect, though. I mean, you can't ask for a better venue for that because you're just right up. The way the field house is, if anybody's ever been there, the way the seats are sloped and everything, I
remember going there to watch when Medford made state girls basketball. And, I mean, it gets loud in there really easily.
I know it's probably, I don't know if it's possible. I'd love to see a basketball game.
Yeah.
Just back in there. I mean, it's neat when you have those existing arenas that have history to them.
Yep.
I would love for them. I wouldn't think it would be that hard just because of volley. The dimensions are similar.
Right.
It'd just be a matter of getting the court in there. But I know volleyball has made that their home.
Right.
So we will see. But I would love that. And, they like talks of the Bucks ever playing again.
Yeah.
Over at the Mecca or Panther Arena.
Yeah.
I love those kind of things when you still have that venue available. So.
Yep, I agree.
Sorry, I went down a rabbit hole there.
You're good, man. You're good. Speaking of the Badgers and such, so a question I was kind of throwing out there before you popped on here was you look back at this season. How would you describe this Badger football season in one word or maybe in a short phrase?
Oh, boy. That might be the phrase, oh, boy. But
yeah. I had no expectations.
Yeah. And it kind of lived up to that. Like, no expectations would have been my...
Yeah.
I mean, you have that bit, you have a couple of nice wins here at the end, but then the offense just does what the offense has done, which is pretty much nothing.
Yep.
And you lose to Minnesota in a close game, but when you can't score,
you
can't win games. So is there a glimmer of hope? I think a little bit, just after the way they played not this last game, but the games. The defense gives you a glimmer of hope.
Right.
They could find a way to just get that offense, get a quarterback in there. You know, what was it? 6 different quarters? I don't know how many was that took snaps this year.
And it was like the Cleveland Browns a little bit. So.
Yeah. And good luck naming all those quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I don't think I can because the problem is they need to get eyes back on the program. And I think they lost a lot of casual eyes, and if not, some diehards were just like, I don't want to watch this.
Right.
And it's not fun to watch a game where your offense is doing nothing. And again, kudos to the defense for doing all they can do. But it was just ugly.
Yep.
It was an ugly season. I mean, that would be maybe the best way to put it. It was ugly. It's as low as the program's been.
1990.
Yeah.
Pre-Barry
Alvarez.
Yep.
So they got to somehow turn it around. And Fickle's, they're sticking to their guns. And we'll see how it is. I mean, they must see something. They see some potential there. So obviously he's going to be on the hot seat no matter from day one next year. But the Badgers are also not in the position to be like an LSU and all these to buy out a guy and just pay $50 billion. I don't know how much it is, but a lot of millions of dollars for somebody to sit at home.
I would argue too, because you look at the opponents that they have, and right now on paper it's much easier this year, but that also means more pressure on Fickle next year.
Yeah.
If it's an easier, we all knew this schedule was going to be rough.
It was brutal.
It was brutal.
Top 10 after top 20 team.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
yeah. And so you look at, you got Notre Dame to open up at Lambeau Field, but then your Big Ten opponents, I got them. I think I got it. Yeah. Michigan State, Rutgers, Minnesota, USC, Iowa, Maryland, Penn State, new coach, Purdue, UCLA. So as of right now, that's much better than what it was this past year. But I would say that makes it even more pressure-packed for Luke Fickell. I would say the minimum's got to be at least a bowl game next year. Hell, I would even say you got to have a winning record, like 7-5 in a bowl appearance.
I think it's a bowl appearance or a winning record, or he's gone.
Yep.
Or, what's keeping him there too? That's the other thing. Like if he decides that they've come to some, I don't know. This is way speculation, but. I don't know how much this has tarnished what his stock is in football, but I don't feel like it has too much.
Right.
But, they need him to perform next year. The offense has been undergoing a transformation for the last 15 years. I think Paul Chryst kind of went back bread and butter for a while there. But I think since the Anderson era, after Bielema left, there was this, we're going to reinvent this team offensively.
Yeah.
And nothing has worked.
No.
If anything, it's gotten to a point where there's no identity and nothing is sticking out there anymore.
Right.
It is as bad of an offensive college football team that I've seen, especially for the Badgers.
Yeah.
And it's a bread and butter team that used to be run, and barely pass. It's not like the Darrell Bevel days they were lighting it up, but when they needed to, they could. But they also had that running game. There's no running game now.
Because I would imagine if they had that running game, that's a win against Minnesota and those elements in the snow.
If you can move the ball, just get going and get some traction, you have a good chance. But you can't play ball control when you're not scoring.
Right.
You could run as much as you want, but when you're not scoring and your defense is just out there doing whatever they can, it's ugly, and they definitely. They can go back to the laboratory. It's just been not the lavatory, but the laboratory, and figure out something here.
Yeah, no question. So it's going to be a long offseason, I think. And I think kind of maybe a buy or sell, but do you think these Badgers fans or a lot of these diehard Badgers fans may be paying attention more to this offseason than any other offseason that they've kind of with this like transfer portal? Like they may not know this guy, but they're going to look at the stars, like 4-star, 5-star,
Right.
and where this guy played because, is it as simple as it's still weird for me to say, if they pay for a quarterback this offseason, is that going to be the main difference? Like, McIntosh put it out there too. Hey, we're going to spend more money. Well, there's pressure on him to spend more money too.
Yeah. I just don't know if that, they've brought in quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that, it does anything to the fan base anymore. I don't know. It's not like the NFL where you bring in a big-name guy.
Mm-hmm.
There's not going to get a huge name.
Well,
I just
even
don't who's going to be transferring to Wisconsin?
And everybody's going to say the Russell Wilson, but I would argue nobody knew Russell Wilson was going to be as good as he ended up being at Wisconsin.
Right.
Like that turned out that way. You hope it does, but at that time when it happened, I think there was excitement, but that blew the expectations off the doors.
And you can say what you will, but Russell Wilson was not a household name when he came to Wisconsin.
Exactly. Yeah.
South Carolina is not it's a fine football program,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not an Alabama.
Right.
It's not something where you're like, oh, I'm watching South Carolina's playing. Let's go turn on and watch Russell Wilson. No one was saying that when Russell Wilson. It was like, oh, what's this guy's credentials? Okay, he was at South Carolina. Unless you were a diehard football fan, you didn't know. So I just don't know if that's going to happen. And also, Wisconsin was a commodity, a proven commodity when Russell Wilson went there.
Yep.
You had running back. It was running back you for how long there?
Yep.
Every year, from the Alvarez to Bielema years, they had, and that's when they were getting the likes of Monte Ball, White, Clements.
Yep.
Like they were just running it one after another after another. They don't have that. And what's going to entice a guy? I mean, money,
Right.
will entice a little bit, but who are you throwing it to?
If you want draft prospects, are you comfortable in going into a situation like Wisconsin where you feel like that's going to improve your draft stock? Because, I mean, I'd be nervous.
I think what you're getting is somebody who didn't get a shot, that thought they were going to get a shot at a team, didn't,
Yep.
and now wants to be the main guy. But is that going to be? Might be a reason why he didn't get that shot.
Right.
So I just think it's going to be, like you said, it's going to be an off season of people. Everything's going to be under a microscope.
Yep.
But also they need to make some moves to get the fan base back. Because I got to imagine that the season tickets are struggling after the last couple seasons.
I would imagine.
I've seen enough people on Facebook say, hey, it's been fun, but we're now giving up our tickets.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you're going to see tons of emails out there.
Oh, yeah.
Saying, hey, please come back. Not begging, but just saying, hey, we got something in the future here.
Yep.
We need you. So yeah, they're in a tough spot. I know in college it can happen. It can turn around quick, but man,
it probably doesn't help too to see the surgence of Indiana the past couple of years too.
A team that was nothing in that conference for how long, and for them in similar standing as Wisconsin, I would say financially, and just circumstantially, the way you're in basically the same geographical area for recruits.
Does help to have Mark Cuban as a backer.
Yeah,
a little bit.
But it's not like Wisconsin doesn't have enough of their own big name supporters. So it's just a matter of get an identity. I know defense might be your identity, but also get something on offense that can co-balance that or
complementary football.
Exactly. We've heard that many a times here, not only from the Badgers, but from the Packers as well.
Yep, exactly. All right, we got to take our final break for this hour, but we'll be right back after these quick words. Just a few minutes left until the top of the hour, the final hour. Our good friend Zach on the stream saying, "Morning, I feel pretty good about the Packers as long as they continue to stay aggressive and play like they have the last few weeks. Still a little nervous with all the injuries. Wyatt going down. Huge loss. And the Bears just put up like 200 yards on the ground against the Eagles. Hopefully our D can stop that run game." So it is Bears week, which, I mean, so you lived in Green Bay, you worked in Green Bay, and now you obviously live here and work here. When you were in Green Bay, though, was the Bears rivalry more of a thing than the Minnesota one over in that area?
It was up until about, I would say, 10 years ago, maybe 15 years ago. I think that Vikings rivalry, hopped over the Bears. A, because there was so much more dominance for a long time there over the Bears, where the Vikings and Packers were always back and forth.
Yeah.
Throw in Favre going to the Vikings and a lot of other guys going to the Vikings that, kind of made it more spicy than the Bears.
Yeah.
But then, of course, you had the NFC Championship game where the Packers and Bears played each other.
Right.
So that kind of, Lovie Smith kind of tried to relight it because that was his first thing.
Yep.
But it's still huge. And I think for the older fans, that's still the number one rivalry.
Yeah.
I think for the more younger fans, the Vikings might have.
And it's because of sustained success, right?
Right,
Like
exactly.
you mentioned, because, and this is not a knock, it kind of is, but I think it's truthful. The Vikings have been more relevant more times than the Bears have.
Right.
I mean, it's just spitting facts.
Yeah. So it's kind of fun to see the Bears back in this position.
And I think, I mentioned a little bit earlier, but maybe that clip's going to get played a little bit more. Ben Johnson at his introductory presser when he talked about, the complimented the coaches in the NFC, Dan Campbell, Kevin O'Connell, and then he just says, "But I really enjoyed beating Matt LaFleur twice this year," which everybody's like, "Ooh, is there something?" And
right.
I don't know.
I think that's just one of those, like,
I think
got to say something about the Packers.
Definitely. I think that was mostly a shot at the Packers sort of thing, because I feel like the Bears, like the Packers are in the Bears' heads, right?
Yeah. Oh, you have the Aaron Rodgers saying he's an owner, and like that's lingered for a long time.
Yeah. So I feel like, it's the whole, who's the Packers' bigger rival? Is it the Vikings or the Bears? We can debate that. I don't think there's any debate for Chicago who their biggest rival is.
Yeah.
And that's Green Bay.
And I think you get with that area over there on that side of the state, too, is the amount of you get it here, the tourists that come up from Illinois. So you have that little dynamic of, like, they're here in our state. They enjoy our state, but you see the Bears flags flying everywhere and stuff like that.
Because I know when I lived in Rapids working for a couple of years, it was more of a Bears-Packers rivalry. And that also happened to be 2010 era, too. But I think it was just more geography-wise.
Yeah.
You're getting closer to the southern portion of the state. So there was more Bears fans there than Vikings fans.
And I think even that, like, the farther away you get from, like, the 85 Bears, that team, Packers fans were such an underdog, and so for the longest time, the Packers were the underdog in that series until Favre came.
Yep.
The Bears were the favored team pretty much every one of those matchups.
Yeah.
So I think that added a little more spice for a long time too.
And I think I think Rodgers even mentioned this when the Steelers were getting set to play the Bears, and Rodgers mentioned this fact that, Bears were the supreme team for how many years, but then Favre, and then he made a point to note, but then when I was there, that losing record went to a winning record. Now I'm like, so they know it. Yeah. These players know that.
Oh, exactly.
So,
and they're not going to let them forget the history. No. I mean, the amount of history, that's what I think you get a little bit more with the Bears and Packers.
Right. All right, quick break. We'll talk some more football coming up right after this news update. It is the final hour kicking off right now. Hopefully, you all had an absolutely fantastic weekend. Maybe back to the normal schedule here as we open up the month of December. Just think, 3 weeks away from Christmas already. We just got done with Thanksgiving, and it's 3 weeks away till Christmas. So it's coming. It's almost there. My favorite time. I love this.
This is a great time of year.
I love it.
Pulled out the vinyl, my Christmas collection of albums, and yeah, I'm been stoked. Been listening to I'm a strict like Thanksgiving. No Christmas music till Thanksgiving. So
yeah,
that hit. Got my records ready to go and been rolling them already. Put the Christmas tree up yesterday.
Nice.
Had the lights up before I left for vacation though.
It
was still nice.
Yeah. We just put up a 12-foot snowman inflatable because it was on sale. So it's like I feel like Tim Allen now with the house decorating and home improvement. So it looks like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
Yeah.
The big white thing out there in my front yard. So.
Just hope it doesn't end up in somebody else's yard at some point.
Exactly. So we'll get back to some Packers talk here, but I want to throw this question out there. So Lane Kiffin, he's getting paid a lot by LSU. You think about it though. Has there ever been a coaching, I don't know if this is the right word, experience like Lane Kiffin over the years? Gets hired by the Raiders because Al Davis tries to find this diamond in the rough, tries to be smarter than that thing didn't work out. 4-12 and then 1-3. A year and a quarter he lasts as a before any head coaching experience at college or gets hired by the Raiders at 32, 33 years old. And then after that he goes to Tennessee where he gets his dad, the great longtime defensive coordinator, Monty Kiffin, to come with him, the Tampa 2 back in the day, right?
Yep.
So he goes to Tennessee. Like a year. That didn't work out. USC then. He jumped ship to go to USC, back to USC where he was a Pete Carroll assistant. And it was there. Then he gets fired on the tarmac and a few years later.
Right after that.
Yeah. So then he's an offensive coordinator for Nick Saban at Alabama for a little bit. Then rebounds at Florida Atlantic to be a head coach. Has some success there, gets the job at Ole Miss for the last few years, and now he's back to potentially could be the highest paid college coach if he hits those escalators at LSU. This is one of the weirdest coaching trajectories I think I've ever seen from any sport.
Yeah, because he was the young gun for a long time. When he got that job with the Raiders, he had been with Alabama, right? Was that where he was right before?
USC.
Thank you.
He was like their recruiting coordinator or something like that.
Yeah. So he'd gotten a lot of, shine there. So, he goes there, fails. Again, I don't know if the Raiders is called a fail because you got to be put in a position to win, and the Raiders haven't been putting anybody, ironically now Pete Carroll, being the guy who's probably going to take the fall there too.
Yep.
Then Tennessee, that just seemed like from the get-go was a bad marriage.
Yep.
Him then he goes down to Florida, and that's where it just all of a sudden it flipped because he it wasn't like he was taking himself as seriously down there.
Right.
And I think that the way he was down there was probably more of who he is.
Yeah. The personality we're kind of been seeing these last few years now.
So I feel like then Ole Miss I think was a good fit too. I just don't know why he feels like he needs to chase. Now, again, you're offering me not billions, but millions of dollars. It's hard not to.
And probably a budget to buy players, pay players, that sort of thing, too. So
it's some of those guys, it's just you're in a good situation.
Yeah.
Ole Miss isn't in the position to really let you go like that. They're going to, if you struggle, they're going to give you a shot to turn it around. Look at the history of LSU in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
You got no leeway. If you're not winning that first year, you're immediately on the hot seat that second year and could be gone by midseason. So the amount of money that's down there in the bayou is insane.
Yep.
So I don't know why you would want to take that challenge again. I guess personally, if you just want the challenge of trying to be a top-tier coach, go for it. But
yeah,
what a long, strange trip it's been.
And he's only 50.
Yeah.
It's like he's still he's still young, I would say. And it's just that he's been around forever.
The only thing I could see with him is like, this doesn't work out, I can be done.
Yeah.
I don't have to coach. He probably doesn't have to coach. I mean, the amount of money that he's probably made.
Well, and you mentioned the personality. He could probably get a media job like that.
Yeah. Which is kind of funny. We never saw him do any of that between jobs.
No.
So, yeah, I think this is, hey, I'm going to give it one last shot at this high level of an elite team. And if I can do it, that my legacy is okay. Nick Saban's legacy completely got changed by Alabama.
Yeah.
His legacy was similar, I would say, in a way. He had found success, obviously. National title, too.
Yeah, national title. Tries the NFL.
Yeah.
Didn't work. Goes back and really just, that was, okay. It was very opposite of like Steve Spurrier.
Yeah.
Where success goes to Washington, and then goes to South Carolina and just kind of fades.
Right. So if you're Lane, it's like, okay, maybe, and maybe this is something.
Saban was similar to Pete Carroll a little bit.
Yeah.
Pete Carroll, NFL, goes back to college, wins a boatload, then goes to the NFL and wins.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you could do this, if you're Lane Kiffin, and this would change your legacy. If you can take this team to a national title, that completely, that journeyman stuff gets thrown out and you're a title. But if not, you're right into the sunset with a boatload of money.
7 years, $100 million.
We're wondering why it's so hard to compete in college football.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just, I was thinking about this last night, and I'm like, man, it doesn't feel like it was that long ago he was with the Raiders, and everybody was like, what the heck is Al Davis doing?
Right.
This offensive coordinator from USC.
That wouldn't even surprise me, though, because that's what Al Davis did.
Right. He was just so young, 31 when he was hired. But
because then it was like Art Shell right after that.
I think
version 2.0.
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
Going through, it would be just try to name all the Raiders coaches from after Summerall. Not Summerall, Madden.
Yeah. Art Shell twice, Lane Kiffin, Norv Turner.
Shanahan for
season? Yep. Because wasn't that like they're like, oh, is he trying to find his other Shanahan when they hired Kiffin or something like that? Gruden,
Callahan.
Yep.
Took over after Gruden left and went because they met in the Super Bowl.
Yep.
But it's just.
Yeah, it's all over. I got to look it up.
There's a franchise, if you think about it, that has more of a storied history, but maybe it's as muddied at this point. Because
so after Tom Flores,
Hall of Famer.
Yep. Shanahan was after that. Art Shell.
Wow, so Shanahan was after Flores. How long was Flores there?
79 to 81, and then 82 to 87.
Okay.
So, Mike Shanahan just there for a couple of years. Art Shell, Mike White, Joe Bugle. Yes, he was the Cardinals. Oh, that's right. Yep. Okay.
No. Yep, and I think he was part of the Gibbs coaching tree.
Then Gruden, then Callahan, then Turner.
Norv Turner.
then Art Shell, then Lane Kiffin.
So it was Art Shell before Lane Kiffin.
Tom Cable. Remember Tom Cable? That was who replaced Lane Kiffin. Oh, then Hugh Jackson, Dennis Allen, Tony Sperano for 12 games. Jack Del Rio, that's right.
Oh, yeah.
John Gruden, Rich Bisaccia, Josh McDaniels, Antonio Pierce, and Pete Carroll.
That's a ton of coaches. You can talk about the Cleveland Browns and all that stuff. Granted, the Browns didn't exist for about 10 years, but I just think that is such the legacy of that team.
And then there's talks that Pete Carroll's on the hot seat for after just 1 year.
We talk, I give a lot of flack to Jerry Jones, the Davises.
Mm-hmm. Or is this Tom Brady now? Who's making the call?
Tom Brady, yeah.
Who's making a call on that one? You make Chip Kelly the highest paid offensive coordinator, and he doesn't even last the whole year.
Where do you think that's going to work?
I have no idea.
Both the Kellys now, not relation, but are just sitting back collecting checks for doing nothing.
Yep, exactly.
They should form their own super team.
Probably could at the college level.
Yeah. Hey, come on in, bring your GM, and do a magical job like Bill Belichick.
Chip Kelly leaves Ohio State to go to the NFL, to the Raiders. And how's that working out right now? I get it. If you don't want to be a part of recruiting and doing that whole thing, I mean, I can tell you, I would not want to do that.
No,
if I had a choice.
I wouldn't. I would have no desire to be anything involved with the Division One football team.
No, it's just I can't be a salesperson.
No,
and try to do that. So.
And that's what it is now.
Yeah,
that's why you have GMs.
Yeah,
I guess Andrew Luck would be the most visible GM after.
Mm-hmm. Well, even Shaq's like a GM or some director of their basketball, like at Sacramento State or something.
Right, you're just basically
like
the recruiting court.
Yeah.
You're the big face that they bring to show the tours. And say, hey, come here. This is why I, would choose to go here. Not that Shaq would to Sacramento State, but
I think it's like something like that.
But yeah,
even like Steph Curry is, I think, too. Basketball face of their basketball program or something.
Hey, in the off season, come around here, give tours for. Make a couple $1 million.
Record a video on your phone and send it to this recruit.
Oh, exactly. It's like Cameo, but they're getting paid big time bucks for it. So it's such a weird world now. It really is.
Yeah. So Shaq is the general manager for the Sacramento State University men's basketball team, a voluntary and unpaid position. His role will focus on recruitment, marketing, and player development.
Unpaid?
Well, I think isn't he like the Dwight Schrute of The Office, isn't he a volunteer sheriff?
Sheriff, too. You're telling me Shaq, just out of the goodness of his heart, he's
got a lot of commercials, so maybe that's what's making up for it.
I don't know, it just seems like...
The other part is that his son does play for the team.
Okay, the other shoe drops there. That makes a lot more sense. I just don't see Shaq like, hey, Sacramento State, you looking for somebody to make videos for you? So
I forgot. Head coach is Mike Bibby too. So.
Okay, so now there's it. Yeah, that's right. Because they were in the tournament a couple of years ago, weren't they?
I think so. Oh my gosh, I got his profile up. I forgot he's a doctor. He's got an honorary doctorate.
There you go.
It literally says Dr. Shaquille O'Neal on Sacramento's website.
Big Aristotle.
God, I'm so jealous of Shaq right now. I want an honorary doctorate so I can say professor or doctor.
The doctor is in. Dr. Dan and the man in the morning.
And then a doctorate in education from Barry University in 2012. Where is Barry University?
The rabbit hole has been dug.
Miami-Dade County in Florida. Private university. Okay.
We'll keep working for it. We'll get you
I want a doctorate.
An honorary doctorate here some.
Does UW Eau Claire hand out honorary doctorates?
I doubt it.
Can we be the first to Come on!
Give that
okay, if we can be ordained online, let's try to start an honorary free doctorate.
That's not very hard, trust me. Somebody who's done like 4 weddings in their life as an ordained from, I can't remember the name of the church I'm ordained from. Somewhere in California, if you can believe it.
Hey, you're ordained.
I'm ordained.
So
if you're looking for me to do some weddings, I'm available.
Just weddings? Just weddings?
Whatever.
Can you do an exorcist right there like that if we need?
Do my best. I've been trying to do it with the Badgers football team here for the last couple of years.
Well, if that's your resume, dude, I mean,
that's not good.
All right, we got to take a quick break, and we'll get back to some normalcy maybe. So, we'll see. All right, quick break. We'll be right back after these few words. If the NFL playoffs started today, the Chicago Bears would be the top seeded team in the NFC East, with the Rams losing yesterday. By the way, Davante Adams continues to just stack up. He's climbing up on the all-time receiving touchdowns list. You know, for the longest time, we've always said, like, okay, outside of Aaron Rodgers, who's the next Packers Hall of Famer? It might be Davante Adams now.
Oh, yeah. I think
he's on that path.
The resume's getting there. I know it's tough because receiving one of those stacked positions where there's a lot of kind of a log jam to get guys in. But
Yep. Yeah, because like Steve Smith Jr., who I think should be in numbers-wise, he's not in yet.
Yeah.
But I saw this. Let me bring up where it's like, okay, he's moved into 7th all-time in receiving touchdowns.
So who are the guys? Do you have the list up?
I can bring it up.
I'd love to see like that company. Like who's the top 10? That would be
touchdown career. I think you know the first one. Probably a pretty easy guess. Jerry Rice.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
If it's a receiving record, Jerry's
Yeah.
mine. I was trying to think of a joke one I could come up with. But.
So Jerry's got 197, which I honestly, even with the passing game, I don't think anybody's going to break that.
Like his everything. Like there isn't like
yards. I mean,
because you're not going to play until you're 41.
Yeah, not at that position.
No.
Yeah. Randy Moss has 156. He's second. So you're talking about almost 40 touchdown passes behind. T.O. third at 153. Then it drops a little bit more. Chris Carter's at 130. Marvin Harrison's fifth at 128. Larry Fitzgerald 121. And then Davante 117.
That's crazy. You've coming up on Larry Fitzgerald numbers.
Yep.
I mean, anytime you get over 100 career touchdowns, obviously that was the benchmark for how long. Is you a Don Hudson fan?
Don Hudson was 99.
Yep.
And so that was the longest time until Steve Largent had to beat it.
But yeah, like for him to be, all those guys are Hall of Famers. If not elected yet, because I think Fitzgerald's still.
Fitzgerald's a first timer this year, which I think he's going to get in.
I mean, how respected he was amongst the league. I see a hard time keeping him out.
Yeah, because I mean, you're right. Everybody else is. Gates is 8th, who's a Hall of Famer.
Yep.
Tony Gonzalez, Hall of Famer. 10th is Mike Evans, who, I mean, up until this year, before he got hurt, was just 1,000 yards, 1,000. I think he's eventually going to get in.
He's in, because I don't think you see that consistency. Even staying on, obviously, this year didn't help him.
Right.
But, yeah, I mean, like, the consistency there.
And then after him is Tim Brown and Steve Largent at 100. They're Hall of Famers. Yeah. And then my guy, Don Hudson, still 13th, ahead of Rob Gronkowski. So, suck it.
I would love to see a side-by-side comparison of Don Hudson and Rob Gronkowski.
Right. You've probably seen it too, but like the Hall of Fame, the Packers Hall of Fame has a Don Hudson jersey, and it's so small.
Well, the pads were non-existent pretty much back then.
It's so small, though. It's like a onesie because it buttons up on the bottom, too. I'm like, oh, my God. Like, I feel like my 8-year-old, this would fit him perfectly. So it was small.
But speed-wise, Don Hudson and I think Gronk would be.
Oh, yeah.
I think you'd
burn him in the dust.
Yeah.
So
you're like a T-Rex and a raptor.
But, you know, and Davante right now, I think, is leading the league in receiving touchdowns.
So he's the only one other than Mike Evans that's not in the Hall of Fame. Gronk's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, Larry's going to be a Hall of Famer. Yeah. So, I mean,
he's in there.
Gosh, you think about it. So, I mean, they're going to have to, I think, you're going to have to find another spot up there for Davante at that Lambeau Field facade to put his name up there.
Oh, he was so consistent. And I know people are like, well, Aaron Rodgers just threw the ball to him. But no, there was talented people around Davante, too. So it's not like he had to earn it. You know, he had that rough first year where he was supposed to take over when Jordy went down and couldn't do it. But after that, the numbers he put up were amazing.
I actually said it in the first hour again. Nothing from a football sense was almost as awesome to watch. I mean, there's a lot of things to watch. But the Aaron Rodgers to Davante Adams back shoulder throw.
Yeah.
Because those two guys had that thing timed out in sync. I'll always remember this going to it was I think it was Davante's last year with Green Bay, but they were playing the Vikings, Mike Zimmer's final year in Green Bay. It was like a December, January game. I think it was early January. And sitting there, and there's a row of Vikings fans in front of us, and it was just snap, turn, look, throw, even before Devontae's looking.
Right.
And he just knew when to stop and turn, perfect back shoulder. And these fans are just like, what do? You
can't.
You can't do anything with that. It was just perfect.
And I think that's maybe that's where Rodgers' frustration comes, because it's been known that Adams is one of the best route runners, maybe now in the history of the game. And when you have that, and no one, like, that's perfection. And
even Jordy above him, before him, was like that too.
Yeah.
Devontae, I think, took it to another level. But you talk about, who to trust.
Yep.
I think those two almost maybe ruined it for.
Yeah, and I think you think about what they had. They had Devontae, they had Jordy, and they had James Jones.
Yeah.
Unsung.
Yep.
In that trio, I think, is what James.
Throw Cobb in there for a few years. Yeah.
He had. So, again, this is not putting anything against the talent that Aaron Rodgers had, because you got to put that ball in that right spot, which he could do every time. But he hasn't had a trio like that.
No.
And probably never will again.
No.
So when he has these younger guys running the wrong routes, I was never – that never bothered me. Like, if they're running the wrong route, that's on them to know what they should be running. So when he got frustrated, like, that never was one of those things about him that – because I'm like, well – what's he supposed to do?
Now, on the flip side, is he making it too hard? Like, because you hear him say, like, these subtle things that and they've highlighted it before, like when he's with Green Bay, like, and Devontae, I think, even talked about this, just a flip of the finger. Like these very subtle,
so subtle.
And that, but Aaron also, I would say, okay, that probably is going to take time for younger guys to, that sort of thing. But if there's a guy not running the right routes, I joked about it last week. With all those drops, was it the Carolina game that the receivers had for Green Bay?
Yeah.
Can you imagine if Rodgers was the quarterback? Everybody would be in a doghouse, and he'd have to have Jordy or Tom Crabtree come out of retirement just to throw the ball to him. Because
there was that year, I think, where it was like James Jones had kind of the cases
of
the drops. Yep. And people were – there was a drop meter, about how many –
dropped one in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That would have been a touchdown.
But I think the curve with him was so going back to Rodgers, is just like he was such a perfectionist.
Yeah.
That that's where the whole he just didn't have time for younger guys to learn the system. But man, once they got into that,
they did though. It was pretty magical.
And I think that's where the tough thing was on Devontae that first year when Jordy went down.
Yeah.
You have Jordy, who's an All-Pro.
Yep.
And you're expected to step in. And that's we've talked. We should put this on the wall from our first show we've ever done together. Is being a wide receiver in the NFL is such a high learning curve, and we're seeing it right now with the Packers rookies they drafted. People are like, Golden's going to come in there and just. It's like no one comes in. One out of how many come in and light it up that first year?
Yeah,
I know people are probably sick of me saying it, but it doesn't happen. Even with Jordan Love, who's precise as can be at times. These guys aren't up to speed yet to be the guys you need to lean on in an NFL game.
And I think a lot of it is where they're drafted in, the situation. Like Matthew Golden, for the excitement and level, he wasn't the number one guy right away. We're like Tet McMillan from Carolina is probably coming in, more opportunities.
Yeah.
Ibuka from Tampa Bay got opportunities because Godwin was hurt. Then Mike Evans was hurt. Justin Jefferson, when he goes to Minnesota, they
got rid of Diggs, and you're the main guy there.
Exactly, yeah. So I hope there's not anybody giving up on Matthew Golden at this point.
It's a flourish of riches that they have in the receiver. And
Ted Thompson did such a fantastic job of always keeping that cupboard full.
Yeah.
I think that's one thing a lot of fans just don't give him enough credit for.
Yep.
Because, you could go that SI cover. Jennings, Driver, Nelson, Jones, Cobb, and Jermichael Finley.
Yeah.
But it was like, okay, Driver's up there in age. Greg Jennings is moving on. Jordy's ready to take over. All right, we're drafting Devontae. He's going to wait his turn until Jordy's gone. Next up. They always had that cupboard full until they got to that situation where it was like, okay, Romeo Doubs and Christian Watson, you're rookies, but you're our top two.
Yeah. So there was no veteran in that, and they brought in Watkins or
Sammy Watkins, and they traded for Randall Cobb to come back.
Yeah,
and it was.
I think of the one looking back on the seasons, even when they had problems with depth, they went back and got James Jones and brought him back.
2015, yep.
Yeah, and all of a sudden they fit right back in. So
yep.
I think we've been kind of spoiled watching that wide receiver room, and when it doesn't click, that's where you start worrying. But now we're watching Christian Watson. I feel like he's made that step.
Yeah.
to where, and Romeo has just been, hats off to him every week for taking those routes that are going to get you hurt.
Yeah.
And he has done an absolutely great job being that guy who is running over the middle and I think is kind of the safety valve of that offense right now. Even when they had Tucker Kraft, Romeo was still that guy who's going to take that big hit and get that catch. So I think he knows his role and has really, this year, you've seen him excel in it.
Yeah. And, you know, Dontavian Wicks with the play he had.
Yeah, we forget about the
Thursday.
guy who just had a monster week.
And, you know, those were great catches in that. And I know a lot of probably Jordan Love haters or non-believers would say, well, those are great catches in that. It still takes a really good throw to put him in that spot.
He puts the ball where it can't be. Like
These teardrop throws that he has.
He's not doing that on accident.
No.
People don't understand, like, oh, well, you know, Rodgers would have just zipped it in there. It's like he is giving his receivers a chance to fight for the ball. These guys know what they got to do. There was the one pass that was incomplete, but it was behind Watson.
Yeah.
But you see Watson coming back and fighting for it. Watson knew what he had to do on that play.
Right.
If anything, you draw the pass interference because you're coming back to the ball and the defender doesn't know.
Right.
So was it Jeff Blake who used to throw?
Jeff Blake, yeah.
And Aaron Brooks, too. Both had that where they threw it high to let it drop down. And it's a different style than not everybody has the Aaron Rodgers, you know, throw the thread through the needle there.
Right. So. Well, it's like that's some of the criticism that actually J.J. McCarthy's been getting is that he throws too hard for some of those receivers.
We saw that. Like, it bounced right off the chest. You know, it's like
Thielen, I think, dropped one or something like that.
Even Favre had that.
Yeah.
Like he's that 98-mile-per-hour fastball that he was firing.
It's cool for us to talk about, but you think the receivers like having all those broken fingers?
Yeah, exactly. You hear about that's what Favre was like. How many guys would go in there with jammed fingers every week? So.
Yeah, but like that Dontavian Wicks catch, his first one, that throw to get it in that spot. I mean, fantastic job by him to get the feet down.
Yeah,
but to put that throw in that breadbasket too, and fourth down.
Yeah, there's so many. How clutch. And again, we probably run out of time here, but just like the Jordan Love clutch gene at times, people don't give him enough credit because when they need a big play, especially late in the game, he makes the throw.
You look at that game on Thursday, and I don't know how the rest of the 5 games are going to play out from a mindset game plan, but for Matt LaFleur to say 4th and 3rd at the end of the game, you could punt it away and trust your defense again that they're not going to get in the end zone. But to say, all right, Jordan, after Christian Watson drops it on 3rd down, to say, I'm putting the ball in your hands and I trust you. Right? We could say, oh, it was a great play, but you're not kidding yourself if you weren't nervous either as a fan.
And then when the throw happened, I was like, there's no way.
Yeah, no way. And it's like, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I credit LaFleur. I mean, to quote Major League 2, Tanaka, marbles. You know, he had some marbles. Jordan Love had some marbles. He didn't have to make that tight throw. He could have tried to extend it or run it or look for something different.
I mean, how many late down plays did they make in that game?
Yeah.
That goes to LaFleur taking the chance, and it paid off in a big win over the Lions.
Yep. So, tell you what, Tim in the Cooley region has this text, so I'll say it, and then we'll bring it up coming up after the break. He says, could you and Justice rank the Packers' biggest rivals 1 to 3? Also, how would the other NFC North teams rank the Packers as a rival?
Ooh.
Still would like you two to have a weekly segment on sports memories. Love your interaction.
That's what we do pretty much every week.
That's what we do. All right, let's take a quick break, and we'll do that. So that'll be coming up after these quick words. All right, should we answer Tim's question? Rank the Packers' biggest rivals 1 to 3. Also, how would the NFC North teams rank the Packers as a rival? I would say, to answer that one first, I think the Lions, Bears, Vikings, their number one rival is the Packers.
Yeah, I have a hard time seeing them think of anybody else as their number one.
Yep, that's who I would go with. Now, in terms of the Packers, I'd say Minnesota 1.
I agree.
Chicago's 2.
Yep.
Now, if we're going to cross the NFL to make this maybe a little bit more, 49ers, Cowboys got to be 3.
Cowboys would. I feel like that was very heated, especially for a long
The
time.
90s, but maybe 49ers is a little bit more recent.
Yeah, when I was starting to think of this, I was like, I put the 49ers, I'm like, who would it be other than the Lions?
Yeah.
Because I think that's still a pretty big, but there was a point where the Packers dominated that rivalry, especially where they didn't lose a home game for like almost 20 years against the Lions.
Yeah. Yeah, if
So-
we take the Lions out, because I do think there's a little bit of a rivalry now
Yeah.
brewing between the two.
But like I said, I think the Lions would
Yeah.
point right away and say that's our number.
So if we
One.
did, how about this? If we did the main rival outside of the division for the Packers.
I would go right now 49ers just because of those playoff losses.
Yeah.
But I think anytime the Cowboys and Packers meet, in which we've seen, you could throw Philly in there. There's been some,
Used to be, I would say
Animosity.
Seattle. That one's died down.
yeah.
The whole, it
that's
started
'cause
with the
they
Hail
played
Mary.
each other
Yeah.
every
Hail Mary,
year.
NFC Championship game.
Yeah.
Apparently Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers don't like each other, which now is just kind of funny because they are the complete polar opposites of each other. So
Following like a similar path to the end
Yeah.
of their careers, too.
exactly. So I'd say it's Cowboys 49ers,
Yeah.
which is like 90s kid in me is like, all right.
Yeah. Because, I mean, even back then,
Mm-hmm.
obviously you had the 49ers beat the Packers. To
Yep.
go to that wasn't a Super Bowl, it was a divisional.
We don't need to talk about the Jerry Rice fumble game.
Yeah. Yep. And then
But even to beat the 49ers to go to the Super Bowl for Super Bowl 32.
Yep. And then the Cowboys just beating up every game.
I still
play.
remember it was during deer gun season when the Cowboys came to Lambeau. Everybody was like, finally.
Yeah.
And then, beat them in the cold. So
And that wasn't even a good, like that Cowboys team. I don't know if they made the playoffs or just,
Dion had a pick 6 right before half, I remember.
yeah.
But
Yeah, that was the whole thing. Because I think the Packers had already won a Super Bowl at that point.
I think so.
So it was like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the Cowboys weren't quite, they were at the tail end of that dynasty.
Yep. Yeah, it's between Cowboys and 49ers for sure. Trying to think. Rams, there's the McVay, but
Yeah. I feel like that was more just manufactured just because of the coaching tree.
yeah, I would agree. But I agree with you too. Like I'd throw Philly in there as part of it just because of the
they
games.
play them pretty much every year.
Yeah.
Like,
and they're
there's-
close games.
Yeah.
The last 3 especially have been really close.
Yeah, because it's back-to-back years because of the –
Yep. Opened up last year, playoffs last year, and then
Yep.
this year. So
Yeah, I think I don't think there's anybody else you can really throw in there that would –
no,
to me, that would
not. I'm trying to think of any other. It's not Washington. It's not the Giants. It's not anybody from the NFC South. It's not Tampa Bay back in the good old NFC Central days.
That was a good rivalry, especially towards the tail end before they split up.
well, when
into
Warren
4.
Sapp's breaking Chad Clifton's hip,
Right.
and Mike Sherman's going after him.
Yeah, that was it was intense for a few years there with that before they
Yeah.
changed up the structure there. So that one was pretty good. Obviously not anymore because they really never play each other that
No.
much anymore either. So
No.
yeah, that I think those would be the teams that you would.
Yeah, those old Warren Sapp and Brett Favre arguments back and forth too,
Yep.
or trash talk, I should say, not really arguments. So,
And I don't, I'm not a Bears fan. I'm not a Lions fan. I just, I don't. When I was a kid, so growing up in North Dakota, the Vikings-Bears rivalry was pretty big.
Mhm.
So I think that one, especially because Packers were pretty much non-existent as a competitive team before Favre.
Mhm.
So it was usually the Vikings, and the Lions were a perennial playoff under Wayne Fonts. Were right there too.
Yeah.
So those games were always intense. But
Yep.
yeah, I remember those Vikings and Bears games being pretty intense as well.
I just remember growing up too with the Lions games. The old we held buried in -1.
Yeah.
Remember that game? It
Yep.
was like, oh yeah, we held buried in -1.
I used to, and because then I went to when they played in those first couple of years that Favre was in the playoffs, they played in Detroit at the not Superdome, Pontiac Silverdome.
Yep, Silverdome.
Where Andre the
I was
Giant
just
got
gonna say
slammed by
Hulk
Hulk Hogan. But yeah, like we would go sit in the box seats at Lambeau and watch the game there.
Oh, really?
There's a showdown in Motown, and we got like a T-shirt, and you just sit there and you'd get popcorn and watch the game on the TVs with a bunch of Packer fans.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and this was like old school Lambeau, so there wasn't
Yeah.
that many. Like
Right.
they had just installed those like box seats and stuff like that. So yeah, that rivalry was pretty big there for a while there.
Yeah. Good times.
I used to do a thing. I remember every year the Packers have beat the Lions, and like I'd go back to like 1991, like the last time the Lions beat them at Lambeau, and like figure out what was like the number one song and stuff. Because it was, I can't remember, it was like almost 20 years, was it, or something, that they beat them at Lambeau straight.
Yeah.
It was a long streak, and then they lost like 3 straight or something too.
I mean, you can even go to this Packers Lions one, even just a little bit when Jim Schwartz was the head coach there.
Yeah.
And then the Sioux stomping on Rodgers, the calf thing.
Schwartz throwing his headset at the end of the half and all that stuff.
Yep. And then the 2011 week, final week when Matt Flynn throws like 500 touchdown passes in the game. But I remember that one Lions one when Sioux stepped on Rodgers and that, and then like Rodgers is like waiting in the tunnel to come back out. Like a friend of mine was there, and they said when he walked out, you could tell on TV when he walked out, the crowd ovation. Yeah. He said it was just nuts, because Flynn's out there, Packers were leading, but then the lead went away. Then it's like Willis Reed comes out.
Yeah.
And yeah.
He had a couple of those moments. I was at those games where he went out and then came back in. And yeah.
Were you at the Bears one?
Yes.
Oh boy, yeah.
And the crowd just erupts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
See, you want us to talk about memories. We're doing this here.
I remember watching that Lions one where they had the camera because he was waiting for the play to get done. I think because Packers were on offense and he didn't want to like go out. But yeah, it's like, and then the camera, of course, it was like Hollywood, just following Rodgers walking with all the fans standing up and cheering. It's like, okay, he's back to save us.
See, we have a lot of good things to say about Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
When we just forget about all the way it ended, it's kind of like Favre. You forget about the way it ended, and then you start remembering the good times.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And at least this is, I think you and I have talked about it before. This one, whenever that does happen, it's not going to be as long as Favre.
No. Because Rodgers has said all the right things.
Yeah.
Like, he talks about how much he loves the franchise. Like,
yeah.
Favre, it was kind of like radio silence for a while there.
Yep.
Especially because he didn't want to talk about the franchise. He talked about the fans, but he didn't want to even mention the franchise because of how that happened.
And that one needed to calm down for a while.
Yeah.
That
was so, yeah. I mean, those couple of years with him, not so much, obviously, the Jet year was kind of a weird lost year.
Right.
But those 2 years in Minnesota, it was like I was reporting everything that was going on in Minnesota along with everything that was happening in Green Bay. And, yeah, you were just waiting for.
Now, if Rodgers does decide to play for Minnesota next year, if Minnesota wants him, then maybe it changes a little.
Yeah, I don't even know at this point. He'd be 43 next year, 42 next year.
I think he turns 42 this week.
Yeah, so he'd be into his 40.
Why do I know that? Because I'm weird. Tomorrow, 42.
Well, happy early birthday, Aaron. We know you're listening out there.
Over in Pittsburgh, probably waiting for your receivers to show up outside the facility, like you mentioned yesterday. 42?
You thought like this would be like the DK, Metcalf. That would be like just that magic combination. Mm-hmm. They're just like people staying healthy. Obviously, he hasn't been able to stay on the field either.
No.
It's a whole kind of end up a mess with 5 of the last 7 games they've lost too.
Yeah, and I don't think it gets any easier here.
No. That AFC playoff race is going to be just really interesting towards the bottom there.
Ooh, Steelers, Ravens this Sunday.
Game, basically an elimination game for.
And then the last game is Ravens Steelers.
So not an eliminate. It could be for the Steelers.
This is how crazy how everything is set up here. Before we got to take our final break, so we know week 18. We don't know the times yet because they want to wait. These are the potential matchups that you could have for that final game. Everything's playing out right now. Panthers Buccaneers. That could be for the NFC South.
I feel like that's your late game, your 3:30 start.
Well, there's more.
Okay.
Colts Texans. Now the Jaguars are in this mix too, but it's still Colts Texans. Seahawks 49ers could get interesting.
Yeah, we don't even mention that how stacked 3 9-win teams in that division right now.
Ravens, Steelers, Chargers, Broncos. That could be in there too. So, I mean, right now there's a few options.
If I had to pick, I picked that Ravens Steeler. Well, again, it might not matter though.
Yeah.
Because they both are right now on the outside looking in, aren't they?
No, well, Ravens, because somebody's got to win a division.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
So
them in Pittsburgh. So yeah, if it's for the division,
yeah,
then you can't count the Bengals out now because those two teams keep struggling, even at 4-8.
Yeah,
the Bengals win out. That's gonna be tough.
Yeah,
but you got Joe Burrow back, and they looked like a completely different team against the Ravens there.
Which team would surprise you the most that doesn't make the playoffs? They're currently not in the playoffs right now. Chiefs or Lions? Yeah.
Chiefs.
I think it's the Chiefs.
I mean, the Lions, just you've seen kind of injuries kind of hamper what should be their defense just doesn't look like the same defense.
And you could say, well, they lost their two coordinators too, which they did.
Yeah.
And we're seeing what Ben Johnson is doing with the Bears. So
but I mean, even their offense, if they don't drop that ball on fourth down, it's a completely different game. And Goff was as efficient as you'll be at quarterback.
20 to 25?
Yeah.
And Amon St. Brown getting hurt early, I think, affected them too. Yeah. So
I think Goff deserves the credit there in that game too he is very much he's turned in like Kirk Cousins was at the end of his Vikings career, where it's like you give him an inch in that zone, he's finding that guy, completing that pass.
Yep.
Might not be as flashy as you would like him to be, but he did everything he could to keep that team in that game.
Absolutely. All right, we got to take our final break, and then we'll wrap things up. Coming up after these quick words. All right, time to wrap up the fun stuff. We'll do some picks here as we where did that go? There we go. All right.
You looking for games for today?
Yeah, I got the NBA schedule up here because we got Bucks in action. Let's start off, though, Atlanta at the number one team in the East right now, the Detroit Pistons.
The Pistons.
Yeah, I'm going to go Pistons. Cleveland, which a little bit of a slower start, too. They're at Indiana.
I'll give the Pacers. Maybe the Pacers find a way. It's a weird start of the season for them.
Yeah.
This would be one that would kind of jumpstart them.
Yeah. I'll go Cleveland. We got Charlotte at Brooklyn. Choose your poison.
Brooklyn, sure. They're the home team.
I'll go Charlotte. Hometown was home state kid. Apple from Duke.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good.
Yeah. Clippers and Miami.
Clippers, sure.
Miami.
Hey, we're splitting at least. We can go back and see.
Chicago at Orlando.
Goodness gracious. There's so many middling teams in the NBA right now. Magic.
I got to go with my Magic. Dallas at Denver.
Denver.
Houston at Utah.
Houston.
Phoenix at the Lakers.
I'll go the Suns. Why not?
I'll go Lakers. And then we got Bucks and the 2-win Wizards.
Please, Bucks.
I was just going to say.
This is one of those games, even like when they would have a good year going. Not that they have a good year right now, but they could. They would lose somehow to this. So just go and destroy this team.
Yeah. Please.
Yeah.
Just please. So I am going to go with the Bucks too. So not a whole lot on the men's college basketball slates. No offense, teams out there, but there just really isn't.
The Blue Gold women, off to their good start, they host Martin Luther tonight. Son and Tag. So
Son and Tag.
Want something to do on a Monday night? Head out over there.
Let me see if I could bring up what else do we got here. Bring up the schedule. Let's go here to Monday. Just looking at the women's side, kind of looking at some ranked games. Villanova at West Virginia. West Virginia is ranked 21st, so I'll go West Virginia.
Sure. I will too.
Samford at Minnesota. I'll go Minnesota.
Jose.
Yeah. And then San Jose State at Washington. I'll go Washington because they're 22 ranked too. So, yeah, we're still getting
We're making our bold predictions here.
Right, exactly. So, but all right, those are some of your. You want to do some hockey games?
Sure.
NHL games? Might as well.
Why not?
Right? It's hockey time. Let's go. We only got a handful. Columbus, New Jersey.
I'll go Devils.
Yeah, I'll go with the Devils. Pirates, Phillies.
Are we going baseball?
Yeah. Pirates and Philadelphia Flyers.
So, how about the Penguins and Flyers?
Penguins. Oh, my God.
I gave you the first one, and then you doubled down. I'm like,
man. Wow. There you go.
I'll go Penguins.
I'll go Pirates. I'm just kidding. Penguins.
Andrew McCutcheon's going to hit a 2-run bomb.
Let's go Winnipeg and Buffalo.
Oh, the Jets versus Philip Chauzet's Sabres. Philip would probably pick Winnipeg, so I'll pick Winnipeg.
I'll go Jets too. How about the Mighty Ducks versus the Blues?
Oh boy, let's go with the Blues.
I'm going Mighty Ducks.
Oh no,
Utah. They should be the Yetis versus San Jose Sharks.
Sharks are improving squad there, so.
I'm going to go Utah, even though they still hurt my feelings by going with the Mammoth instead of the Yetis. I get it. It was a copyright thing, but come on. There was a perfect combination between
Mammoth it doesn't roll off the tongue.
No, it doesn't.
It was like when Charlotte went to the Bobcats. It just didn't work.
No, it didn't. Nope. I agree. So, only just a couple minutes left here. So, again, we've got Blue Gold Women's Basketball in action again tonight. Son and Tag, as JC noted. I know high school basketball, wrestling, and all that's underway here too. So
there's a big matchup, I believe tomorrow at Sonantag. It's Spash versus Rice Lake. So if you want to catch some basketball, there's 4 potential D1 players. 2 from I got to see Spash when they played Eau Claire Memorial in a good game. Soybert for Spash, and then Awi, their tall guard because she can shoot from anywhere. And then obviously you got Shepley for Rice Lake and Schmidt.
Right.
For them as well for Rice Lake. So that one I believe is tomorrow at the Sonantag. So for some girls basketball action,
that'd be a good
one. Chance to see a matchup like that, and in this area.
I was going to say that's kind of cool that it's going to be at the Sonantag.
Yeah, and then hockey rivalry matchup, Chi High Memorial as well tomorrow. There's a ton of good matchups tomorrow for games. So if you're looking for something to go on, the Blair Taylor girls basketball team taking on Emmanuel in girls basketball. So. Yeah, so if you're looking for some action to go on, Rams hosting Black River Falls in boys hockey. So plenty of action tomorrow. Tuesday, as I always say, is probably the busiest night of the week now
for like winter sports.
Because everybody's playing on Tuesdays, both hockey, boys and girls basketball, wrestling, everything goes on Tuesday. So
Gotcha.
plenty of good action as we get back here after the holiday break of prep sports. That'll be happening. Of course, the Blue Gold volleyball team in action against Laverne on Wednesday. Then they would, if they win, they play Thursday, and then the championship game would be on Saturday.
All right. So we'll be watching that one for sure. A little bit of a shorter trip for them this time instead of going to Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
So
5 hours, 5.5 hours.
Yeah.
Somebody's done some Google mapping of that just in case.
Nice. Way to be prepared, man.
I'm ready.
You're ready just in case. So, all right. So that's going to do it for us. Big thanks for hanging out for a while.
No problem.
This
It's fun.
morning. Appreciate it, dude. So, same place, same time tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Reminder too, if you have time, not next Tuesday, December 23rd, Tuesday. It's our Festivus for the Rest of Us show. We're doing it at VFW Post 305.
Yes.
So if you want to stop by, we got the metal pole.
I see. Oh,
Airing of grievances.
it made it to the new studio.
Yep, it did.
It was actually holding up the old one. That's the
It
amazing.
was, yeah. All right, have a good rest of your day. Same place, same time again tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. We'll chat with you then.